Robert's here.
Jenny?
No. What are we going to have him sing between what item numbers do you want to see? Good evening, Sue, would you please do roll call?
Ken Engel. Andrew Fick. Present. Mark Melke.
Here.
Autumn Henry. Here. Jenny Volgast. Carrie Germain. Present. And Kim Winter is absent.
Did anybody hear from either board member? They're going to be late or something happened? Anybody on the board hear anything?
Oh, and if you want parking spots out there.
Could be. Okay. Well, if they come in, we'll mark them as here. All right. I ask everybody to stand up and we'll have a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a special presentation. Are you guys ready? If there's room for him to sing.
Every December.
Cut a path through. Here he comes.
Every December.
Hey. So we have a packed house. They're going to do a presentation, and it's just going to make it a little bit more packed. And I guess we're ready to go whenever you are.
We will be
Well, it's the minute. Okay.
Okay.
You can go ahead and introduce them.
Hi. My name is Samantha Palmer. It is a great opportunity to present your magical to you today. We will be singing two pieces for you guys. One is a set of carols, and the other one is the most popular one. No loss.
Bring a torch to masses above, bring a torch to the cradle run. It is Jesus, good folk of the village, Christ is born, and Mary's calling out. Beautiful is the mother, beautiful is her song. It is calling, the child is sleeping, it is wrong to talk so long. Silence all that you gather around. Let your voice awaken Jesus. Hush, hush. See how fast he slumbers. Hush, hush. See how fast he sleeps. Softly through the hills and sailors, softly for the town. Look and see how charming is Jesus, how he is white, his streets are rosy. Hush, hush, see how the child is sleeping. Hush, hush, see how he smiles in dreams. Streets of a bells all seem to say, "Focus away, Christmas is here, bringing the cheer to a little ring in the heart." Ding dong, once you hear words of cheer from up above, sing songs of cheer. Christmas is here, bringing down the song. Once you hear words of cheer from everywhere. To every home.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We don't want to rush. Let's do one thing. And I know it's not very strong for the government campus. I don't know.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Thanks for the special presentation. Great. Now we're going to go on to public comment. If you come up for public comment, it's agenda specific. So just please state your name and your comment. And we're going to limit the comments to 3 minutes, of course. And if there's a repeat of a lot of comments, we'll take that as we go because there's so many people here today. Okay. So I think it's fair to the whole crowd. So if anybody would like to come up, once again, state your name. You have 3 minutes. And who's going to do the time?
Just ask that you wait.
Before we start, to just make note that Jenny and Kim are here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Love, 3-5 instructional coach at Elmswood Elementary. I care about our students. Considering different grade alignment options is completely reasonable, but making such a significant decision, one that affects hundreds of students, families, and staff members in a single 30-minute discussion without a plan, research review, or staff involvement does not seem reasonable. A decision of this magnitude should begin with children in classroom realities, not urgency. We have several reasons to move back to K-5, and I'd like to address them briefly. For transportation, we considered restructuring shuttles, increasing driver compensation, or providing additional bus aids. Class sizes overall and gains enrollment could be decreased with slight boundary shifts, without major structural overhauls. Also, no concrete evidence has been provided that building configuration improves achievement, while there is clear evidence. Additionally, we are nearly 30% fund balance as a district. How can we conclude that the realignment from 2020 didn't save us any money? This move would disrupt intervention cycles, force staff retraining, create financial waste, fracture support teams, and stall academic momentum. What we see is working every day. Developmentally appropriate environments, strong and consistent support systems, and teacher teams collaborating within their grade levels. Progress isn't solely measured by state test scores. It shows up in our MTSS data, intervention growth, progress monitoring, and formative assessments. I have shared our academic successes with the board this year and the invitation to visit me at Elmswood and see our progress and processes. A community survey is referenced in the decision. Were stakeholders directly impacted? Did respondents understand the trade-offs or eventual purpose of the survey? We did analyze a survey given to staff, and 88% of the staff do not support switching back to the K-5 model. That is not a mild disagreement. That's an overall or overwhelming professional consensus. At the November 19th meeting, the board emphasized wanted staff voice in how to implement this change. But why didn't staff voice matter when deciding if the change was necessary? We wouldn't be returning to the same K-5 system we once had. To meet your stated goals would require major shifts in staffing, special schedules, transportation, and support services with immediate financial and operational consequences. So I ask respectfully, where's the research? Where's the cost analysis proving this is the best use of funds? Weigh the pros and cons and make a truly informed decision. Thank you.
I don't know, this timer person, good. Okay, cool. Hello, I'm Brianne Wilson, Swartz Creek Education Association President. During this agenda-specific public comment time, I ask the board to remember that the decisions made in this room have weight, that clear agendas, while mundane, are a tool for transparency, and that there is time to right the ship of public trust. Last month, one agenda item was elementary school discussion. There was no action item attached. There was no way any community member without inside information could possibly know that elementary school discussion would mean a vote to rearrange our elementary schools again. What is the purpose of an agenda-specific public comment period at the beginning of board meetings? For stakeholders to say their piece before action is taken. Judging by the many heartfelt opinions expressed at last week's session at the PAC, I think it's safe to say that if it had been clear that a vote on redistricting was going to be held last month, we would have had a robust public comment beforehand. I am not convinced that November 19th's vague agenda was purposely written to make room for a vote without attracting attention. I hold to Hanlon's razor, which states, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by oversight. But just as what we do matters, how we do it matters too. Sweeping changes to the school experience of our youngest dragons, families, and staff should be considered only after meaningful dialogue, such as the one at the PAC event on December 3rd. Votes on such decisions should be clearly advertised as such in agendas, so the voting public has the opportunity to weigh in before they take place. I'd like to commend Michelle Paul for organizing the discussion at the PAC and hope that similar events will soon occur at each elementary building. In my circle, I was moved by the way that parents, staff members, and parents who are also staff members spoke about their hopes and fears for their students. It was so clear that a deep love for the children in our care was at the heart of the discussion. Whether intentional or not, the rushed and unannounced nature of last month's vote broke trust with so many adults who adore these students, especially for staff who have had both belongings and support systems damaged in the last move. Parents, teachers, aides, maintenance and transportation staff, office staff, and administrators hold the expertise in the needs of young learners and what it means to furnish and run an elementary school. Move the redistricting to the fall of 2027. Talk to all stakeholders and make a detailed plan that includes our CI kids, our specialist programs, and all the other groups who worried at that meeting they would be left out of the process. Our children are worth the time and care it will take to do this right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. TJ Heck. I am a parent here in Corona School Districts, and I want you just for a moment to close your eyes. I want you to think about your earliest years in school. Not the buildings, not the test scores, but the people. The teacher who believed in you, the one who challenged you, the one who comforted you or pushed you to discover who you really are. I can still name mine. Mr. Mall taught me to love science by letting me explore the nitty-gritty and getting my hands dirty. Mr. Stark pushed me harder in math because he saw more in me than I saw in myself. I had a teacher who comforted me when I was bullied. I had a coach who made me feel powerful and valued. These aren't sentimental stories. They're evidence of what decades of educational research shows. Relationships, stability, and trust are the strongest predictors of long-term student success. And that's a quote from Linda Darling Hammond. And that's why the board's recent decision is so concerning. I want to acknowledge something up front. I've had the opportunity to speak to all of you, except for one, in committee meetings, and there are valid questions after voting for the reconfiguration have come up in those meetings, some of which are shorter bus routes and reduced transportation time. That's great for kids. Elementary test scores did not increase after the fall of 21 shift. Equity concerns about low enrollment in schools that deserve meaningful repopulation. All valid concerns. These are fair questions, necessary questions, but they were asked after a sweeping decision, not before. Effective governance means you use the power you have not only to vote, but also to pause when you need more information, to request data, to demand analysis, to ensure decisions reflect both research and community voice. The research here is clear. Grade configuration itself, whether K2-3-5 or K5, is not a major driver of academic success. Studies from the RAND Corporation, Columbia Teachers College, and the American Institute of Research show that test scores differences between configurations are minimal at best. But what does matter is relational trust, continuity of adults in a child's life, stability for educators, and coherent implementation over time. Which brings me to the heart of this issue. If the goal is to strengthen relationships with continuity, then the district needs time, leadership, and a strategic plan, which cannot be fully developed between now and fall of 2026. This reconfiguration requires a full needs assessment, equity analysis, resource and staffing plan, and clear metrics for success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tamara Morris. I have a son that did go to Swartz Creek schools, and he still is a student. And now I don't even know if he'll have a chance to even come back, because Derek Bouchon and the GISD people want to keep my son in an area, in a doggone place where he gets abused. He hasn't just been to one, he's been to 2, 3 different places of GISD schools. And my son deserves not to have no one put his hands on him. And you know what? He's only 11, and he deserves to come back to Swartz Creek. His brother goes to Deke Elementary, and that's where I've been trying to put my other son, and I've been falling on deaf ears. Derek Bouchon stopped me when I was trying to enroll him into Deke Elementary. Enough is enough. Wouldn't you all say? He's been to Deke Elementary twice and been shoved out of there. What I need for all of you is to give my son another chance, to show you all that he can do what everybody else says he can do. He can learn. He can speak. He can use the bathroom on his own. And there's no forsaken right that he should be pushed out and not be able to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara.
Good evening. My name is Mike Sheik. I'm a lifer here. Been in the district for 31 years. My kids went over to Moorish. I've been 31 years at Deke, about 15 over at Cyrene, going back and forth. I didn't bring anything to read off, but I've been thinking a lot, and I've just been basically scared to come up and talk half the time because, you're talking as far as reconfiguration. I see the good, I see the bad, but I also heard a couple of people also talk about trust. And when you talk about the bond issue, and I'm going to be even more focused on Deke Elementary because 2020, we were supposed to get new blacktop in the back, new parking. All the money went away, middle school, high school. The blacktop in the back to play. My physical education classroom that's outside, it's unusable. It's not safe. And we've been saying it for years. I've never came to the board because you guys know that. I've also all of a sudden found out this year, it's like, hey, we're redoing the blacktop and you're getting a new playground. Hey, last time I was here speaking, I think Ken was here and Carrie was here, and we got the big dome climber, and Bruce and I built that thing. It was awesome, and we've really done a great job over there. But now it seems like, everything's deteriorating. All roads used to lead to Deke, and it seems like it's starting to do that again. So I'm speaking more for Deke also as far as putting a parking lot in the back of the playground, and then I hear as far as, well, we already got one set. It's like, well, what'd you do? It's like, well, we just hired a company. They said they do a playground, and this is what you're getting. And it's like, the biggest thing is people do not, how should I say this? I would really like to have the administrators, other people that are in charge, ask the people that are in the trenches, ask the teachers what's going on, how things can go, instead of just going, hey, we're going to do it this way. Boom, done. Because I could write a list on my arm as far as common sense stuff that happens, that's been approved, that maintenance does. And it's like, why would you do it that way? It's like, it'd be so much. But no one ever asked us. And it's like, I got a lot of years experience. That's my classroom out there. And, I didn't get a say in it. So I feel bad I did not get a say in it. Now, when we look back to the also as far as the playgrounds, K2 has Cyrene Elementary has nothing whatsoever for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders to play on. Nothing, period. The baseball field, you put a fence this way, I can't use the baseball field for gym class or anything because it's fenced in because of the parking lot. Why wouldn't they put the fence by the parking lot there so we could use it? That's just one little common sense thing. So I appreciate you listening. I did want to get that off my chest for the last couple of years that it seems like Deke Elementary has been forgotten about. And it'd be nice for teachers to be included in conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
My emotional support. I'm not used to this. I'm used to 8-year-olds who think I'm awesome. Okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Any decision about reconfiguring our elementary school should be rooted in what is best for students, not in trying to undo past leadership decisions. Refiguration is too important and too complex to be driven by anything other than student needs. There's also a misconception that the last reconfiguration was something a superintendent did to us. In reality, we, the educators, the people in here, we did it. We built the model that we use today. And it was far more than moving furniture or shifting students. That was the easy part. Reconfiguration reshapes staffing, schedules, routines, interventions, learning spaces, professional development, grade level collaboration. Most of us feel like we just finished it. I haven't attended an upper elementary PD in over 5 years because our roles and systems have been so deeply reshaped. This isn't a summer project. It's a multi-year process. That's why many of us are concerned that the new change is being treated so simple, because it isn't. Starting over means rebuilding years of alignment and training, and this time will be harder. Our current K2, 3, 5 model created time and space because we shrunk. And that it created time and space that didn't exist before. For example, interventions for 3 grades instead of 6 let our most at-risk students receive far more support. That extra time can be the difference between struggling and succeeding. The same is true for specials. We have 5 sections of classrooms, which means we needed 5 specials. So we got STEM every day in elementary. Our students love it. And Ms. Stoney's built an incredible program. It was only possible under our current model. I'm going to assume students will lose STEM because it wasn't possible before. Once you've lived in this model, it's hard not to see how students will be impacted when time and resources are stretched across 6th grade levels. We couldn't see it before because it's all we knew, but we see it now. Another concern is that many of the people making this decision not visited buildings under the current model. Well, seeing how our schedules, transitions, interventions day to day, it's nearly impossible to understand what's being changed or what we're going to lose. Our students deserve decisions made with clarity, not assumptions. Our staff deserve respect for what they have worked to give. Our students and our community deserves confidence in these major changes. Thank you.
Good evening. At the last board meeting, a gentleman got up and expressed some concerns that he had about his son being cut from the basketball team. And as a father, I genuinely hope that his concerns were heard.
Just 1 second. It's agenda specific. I know that, and that was my fault because I tried stopping him and he already got into it. So I would just like to have agenda specific items currently, and then you'll be able to have public comment in just a little while on the basketball thing, if that's what you're talking about.
My comments are about a proposal from one of the board members at the end of the last meeting for open rosters.
There's nothing on the agenda on that, so it's not agenda specific. And I apologize for that. You are 100% correct. What happened last month, but that doesn't mean it's okay to do it this month.
It happened tonight. It happened just tonight.
Did somebody talk about something? Yeah. What was that? I'm sorry.
Our child didn't get into deep.
I thought that was about the education for what was going on at deep. Okay. I apologize. And well, what's the board's pleasure? Should we allow this?
Let him speak.
Okay. This is. Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir. I apologize for interrupting you. We'll start your 3 minutes over.
All right.
Thank
you. Yeah. So I genuinely hope that his concerns were heard and investigated. I mean, I don't know the details, and I shouldn't. So I hope that it's resolved to the best of the board's ability. But there's a lot of people here tonight because of a proposal that felt rushed and reactive by one of the board members. I don't doubt the intention was good, but good intention is no substitute for sound judgment. A quick fix offered in the heat of the moment has caused a lot of controversy. We Dragons are here tonight in response to that error. I guess I would ask anyone that's here about this topic, would you raise your hand? Decisions that shape our schools must be made with deliberation, by seeking knowledge, by listening to those with wisdom, and by weighing the consequences. We all desire the same end, policies that serve our students and strengthen the confidence of those we represent. So let's not act in impulse, but in reason. What do we really want our athletic programs to teach? Is it just about handing out jerseys, or about helping students discover the intersection of ability, passion, and purpose? A no-cut policy sounds appealing because it allows more students to participate. And yes, research shows that participation in sports can reduce anxiety and depression by up to 20%, improve self-esteem, and foster social connection, especially for students who feel isolated. These are benefits we all value. But here's the question. Does simply putting every student on a roster achieve those benefits? Or does it compromise the very lessons sports are meant to teach? Athletics teach discipline, hard work, and perseverance. Cutting isn't rejection, it's redirection. It's about finding the right role, the right team, and the right fit. When rosters balloon, who truly benefits? Will the athlete who trained all summer still get meaningful playing time? Or will the experience be watered down for everyone? Oversized teams create real challenges. Can coaches give each player real instruction? Can they guarantee everyone's safety? Coaches already juggle strategy, skill development, and parent expectations. A no-cut policy adds logistical nightmares and accelerates burnout. Is that fair to the professionals we trust to lead these programs? And if an injury occurs because supervision was stretched too thin, is the board ready for the legal and financial consequences? More players also means more uniforms, equipment, buses, and staff. Where does that money come from? Academics, arts, student services? Expanding rosters without limits sounds good, but it comes with real costs. In life, every organization must balance resources with mission. Our schools should teach that lesson, not ignore it. So I ask, do we want to create teams where everyone simply participates, or programs where every participant thrives in the right role? A no-cut policy feels good in theory, but in practice, it risks many things we value: student growth, coach integrity, and district stability. Let's choose a path that honors opportunity without sacrificing excellence.
Thank you. I'm sorry?
Ben Lang, L-A-N-G.
Thank you, Ben. And I apologize because of the mishap with the other lady right behind you. So let's stay on the agenda for the point, I believe, on agenda items. And once the agenda items are discussed, I was going to give a speech about the athletics, just a real quick one. Hopefully it'll solve some of this for other people here.
Can I address some of that?
No,
okay,
not right
okay,
now.
okay.
No, go ahead, please.
Hi, Shelley Thompson. Want to go on notice this meeting currently is in violation of the Open Meetings Act. You have people there. You have to have your meetings in an open space. You have to make space for the people. You knew they were coming. You should have known they were coming. We all knew we were coming. So the meeting needs to pause. You need to let these people in, find appropriate space, or you need to move the meeting to an appropriate facility, probably the PAC. It's a pretty quick verification if you need to call the attorney and find out. But right now, this meeting is currently in violation. You have people outside. They can't hear. They're on the sidewalk. So that is this board's job. You can't say, oh, well, I didn't know. Look it up really quick. It's easy to do.
We know the law. I didn't know anybody was outside. No.
They can't hear. They can't hear. You have to
you
let
said
them in.
people outside in the sidewalk. I was not aware of that.
So you have to let the people in. Are there...
I did. I addressed that when I walked in, when I walked through all the people, but that's.
Then why nobody addressed it? To me, I would have moved it if I. There's people there. I understand that, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know there was anybody out on the sidewalk to just now. And if. How many people are standing outside if we can squeeze them in? I don't know what the fire code is for the amount of people.
At least 40, 45 people.
I'm sorry.
Yes. 45 people in there. There's at least.
But is there
15 in
people
the hallway.
outside in the sidewalk?
Yes.
No one's arguing with you. There's nobody arguing with you. We're asking how many. I didn't know somebody still standing outside. We don't want nobody standing outside in the cold. If we have to move it, we can move it. I did not know that. Everybody says we know how many people are coming. No. When I came in, there was plenty of seats.
We don't require RSVP either.
Could one of the officers maybe go out and see a head count? If you would do us a favor for Metro?
So how important is live streaming, I guess, is the question.
I would say it's important.
Is there people out in the parking lot? There's a sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian, is there anybody standing outside, though? Yeah, if there's some, then...
Nobody's outside. There's 4 people in the vestibule, and this is a little.
There's no camera to record.
Can we put some people in the back, Ryan?
I'm sorry.
Can we put some people in the back and
Yeah, we can do.
I'm fine with that. That way we keep live stream. Yeah, put another roll of chairs in.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shut off live stream because there's lots of people watching this at home.
Oh well, we'll have a motion to take a pause. Is there a motion?
I
for a
move
pause?
we have a 5-minute pause.
There's a motion on the floor to have a 5-minute pause.
Second.
More chairs.
Jenny?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Other than being a
Nobody told me to make mistakes.
Well then.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for helping. Yeah. Yep.
Excuse me, how you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the meeting back up. I apologize for the short break. I did not know there were people in the vestibule or outside. So we'll start back up at 6:44. We were underneath board. I'm sorry. Public comment, agenda specific only. But I do want to read something and go offline for just a minute. I can do that. I just want to be for some of the people here for the basketball thing because there's a ton of people here for basketball. I believe. So I want to be very clear. I typed this letter. I'm sorry. Sports. That's what I mean. Yeah, for the basketball people. And we just sports in general. But let me just read the letter, and maybe this will clear some of it up. I typed one up because several people had called me and emailed me. I want to be very clear. The Board of Education is not attempting to change any athletic tryouts or cup policies. No discussions are taking place about modifying, eliminating, or restructuring our athletic programs or procedures. The board's responsibility is to ensure that existing board-approved policies are properly and were properly followed in an isolated situation that was brought to our attention last month. This review is about compliance, accountability, and not about rewriting policies or interfering with day-to-day athletic decisions. As a governing body, the board does not run tryouts, make roster decisions, manage teams. Those responsibilities remain with the administration, the coaching staff. Our role is simply limited to oversight when there's a question about whether established procedures were applied as intended. We fully recognize the importance of athletics to our students, our families, and we appreciate the time, effort, and dedication of our coaches. At this time, there are no plans or proposals to change any athletic tryout or participation policies. We ask for your understanding as the board fulfills its duty to ensure fairness, transparency, and adherence to any policies when concerns are raised. Yeah. That is about as simple as I can make it for people because I know there was some rumors in the district and people saying we were going to change the tryouts, we were going to change policies for the athletics. And there's nothing that was said about that. What one board member may have isolated said has nothing to do with what the board policy is, and we already have an established policy with the athletics.
Yeah.
So that's it. Yes, you can.
If you read the current handbook doesn't allow cuts. So I would like, so before anybody gets upset that I'm trying to say that we should change the handbook to allow for cuts. So it wouldn't, pages 7 and 8.
I don't have that with me. Can you read that to me?
Yeah, well, it lists all the sports for high school and middle school athletics. And then it clarifies that any sport with an asterisk next to it is eligible for cuts. However, there are no asterisks for any of the sports listed under high school.
Is that high school handbook or middle school?
That's the athletic handbook.
That's the athletic handbook.
The athletic handbook.
Just hold on. Let's
no.
order.
It's all under the same heading. Yes, it is.
That's enough.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back. We made our statement, or I made our statement from the board. I hope you respect that. And we're going to have a moment if later when everybody wants to talk about our sports and our athletics, on the non-agenda items, because it's not on the agenda item now. So we're going to go back into our normal meeting and have the public come up for agenda-specific items, okay? So we will redo that if that's okay with the board and the pleasure of the board. I think that'll get us back online. And there's seats here. So, and I think the capacity is 200 people, Jim said, although the sign's missing. And I don't think we're at that anyway. So we'll keep on moving. So.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me? My name is Chantel Manning, and I am the proud principal of Elms Road Elementary. I stand before you not as a principal, but as someone who works daily alongside our teachers, students, and families. I care deeply about the long-term success of the district and why I am asking that we slow down and reconsider our timeline of going to a K-5 in the fall. Every day I see the demands on our teachers and staff. They are committed, they are flexible, and they care deeply about our students. Adding a major structure reconfiguration within the next school year without adequate time for planning, training, and preparation puts our staff in a position where they are asked to do too much, too fast, with too little support. This is not a recipe for success, and ultimately our students will feel the impact. We also need to think about the ripple effects for families. Transportation routes, childcare logistics, realignment of the border, changes to building culture, and the emotional impact of leaving familiar schools and staff. Families and staff deserve time to understand the changes, ask questions, and feel included in the process. Rolling this out too quickly risks confusion, frustration, and a weakening of the trust we have worked so hard to build. From an instructional perspective, aligning curriculum, scheduling, staffing, and space usage for a K-5 model is not something that can be done well in a few months. Decisions about classroom configurations, intervention support, special education services, and transitions for our students with specific needs require careful planning and collaboration. A rushed timeline increases the likelihood of mistakes, inconsistency, and inequitable experiences across the buildings. If we extend the timeline, we gain the opportunity to conduct thorough planning and collaboration with staff from all buildings, gather meaningful input from families, build a thoughtful transition plan for students, and make decisions rooted in stability rather than urgency. We all want the same thing: schools where students thrive, staff to feel supported, and families feel confident in the direction we are moving. A transition of this magnitude deserves time, care, and clarity. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider the current timeline and allow us additional time to prepare. At the end of the day, we are all in this business to educate students, and we need to keep the students first. So if it is not about students, we need to take our time, slow down, and think about the impact. Thank you for listening and keeping students first.
My name is Michael Avsenik. I have a student at Elms Road and in the middle school. I apologize if I say something that's already been said. I was out there and I couldn't hear everything. I was taking advantage of the Chick-fil-A Elms Road PTO fundraiser tonight, which made me late for this. So the K-5 reconfiguration, which I was very much against the original time, I have to tell you, this time has been pushed through with chaos, with no prior planning. It was a discussion item instead of a board action item. The public was not notified. You didn't ask principals. You didn't ask the union. None of those people were notified. And I remember in past meetings, Chuck Melke saying, what does the teachers union think about this? Jenny and Chuck both mentioned during that discussion, we should ask the principals and other people what they think about this, and then suddenly it just happened. So that was a mistake, and you need to you need to own that, okay? Sometimes you make mistakes. It's okay to apologize. You spent more time arguing about the grant writer position, which is a surefire thing, should not be a problem at all. You spent more time talking about that than the K-5 thing that happened. We want to be the best district in Genesee County, not the cheapest one. If you have superintendents who are coming here to interview for a position, that is the chief executive officer of this, okay? And by saying we're not gonna pay your travel fees, they're not gonna be here, okay? That you are just being cheap. You are not using our money in a good way, because in the end, it's gonna cost us. All right. Last thing, you should quit speculating about things that you don't understand or you don't know about. Up here last month, there was speculation about the basketball team and players leaving, and the person said, I don't really know what happened, but 7 players left. That's speculation. You have speculated about school of choice students, you speculated about other people, and it needs to stop because you're incorrect. You're providing misinformation to the people of Swartz Creek. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Staten. I stand before you tonight as a proud parent of Swartz Creek students, as a proud Swartz Creek school taxpayer, and as a proud member of your community. I hear a lot of people getting up here tonight and they keep talking about how this affects the teachers, how they don't have enough time to prepare, how they don't have enough time to move. What I don't hear is the kids, how this is affecting the kids right now as we sit here today. I've gotten phone calls from area residents who were very upset at the fact that one child goes to one school and one child goes to another school, but yet both children walk to one school and then have to stand outside in the cold to wait for a transfer bus to come and pick them up and take them to another school location. Following your own guidebooks, your own rules, your own policies that are in place currently within Swartz Creek school districts, your policies are very clear. If the school is more than 1 mile from that child's home that they are attending, they are required to be picked up at their home. Not have to walk a mile to a school to stand out in the cold and wait. Parents want their kids to go to school together. They don't want one over here and one over there. It's very hard when you're dropping 2 kids off at school and one has to be one and one has to go to a whole nother school. The confusion, the chaos this has created to the Elms Road is just unreal. I urge the people to stand here and to recognize the fact that the board is the one that makes the decisions. The board is doing what's right and they're following their policies and their procedures. Now, if they want to change that policy and that procedure, then they need to do that in the policies and procedures. But right now, as we sit here today, you are not in compliance with your own policies and procedures by making kids walk to one location to catch a transfer bus to go to another school.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Stacy. I am a parent to a kindergartner at Moorish and 2 third graders at Elms. I'm here for a few reasons, but mostly for the restructuring of the elementaries, as most of us have been. The first question that I'd like to ask the board is why now? Why right now? Is it the data that was been provided online about the test scores? I've had a chance to look at it, and I personally did see a dip. But if you look at the research on restructuring for a K through 2nd and 3rd through 5th program, or 3rd through 6th, depending on the district, the research shows a dip in the original statistics or the original testing, but then in the long run, it does go up. We are still like in the infancy of the restructure. Teachers, staff, all of them are finally getting honed in on that age specific education that they're providing the kids, and I have to tell you, it's phenomenal. The other thing I'd like to ask the board to consider is the social and emotional damage or stress that you're going to put on the students. Statistically, 50% of your kids will lose, or your kids will lose 50% of their friends. In my children's situation, it's all of their friends will be going to a new school district, or new school building, I'm sorry. At that point, it's almost like we've uprooted our family and taken them to a new school district. They're going to go through all those same things of having to make new friends or find new people to become friends with. At that point, why not move school districts? I'm not the only parent that I've talked to about that. It's not something I ever talked about with my husband. My husband and I didn't even consider it until this last month. As well as the staff. I know a lot of staff members have talked about it, but as a parent, noticing and recognizing that the staff is trained and honed into the specific needs of each age division is amazing. And the amount of stress, physical and emotional, that will happen if our staff has to break up. They're doing planning together. They're doing great things with our kids, and they won't be able to have that opportunity. They might have one cohort or two at the very most instead of 3 and 4. And moving, all of those things come with a lot of stress. And I just asked the board to reconsider not only the timeline, but also community input. The workshop that happened last week that over 100 people participated in, I believe all of that information was given to the board, and I urge you to look at that before any further decisions and timeline is made. Thank you.
Hi, I'm also the proud principal at the Swartz Creek High School. My name is Jamie Damon. Over the past 4 weeks since our last meeting, there has been a great deal of conversation centered on one particular athletic situation. But I want to be very clear, this issue is much larger than the individual student or situation. What we are facing is a pattern of overreach into day-to-day operations that is beginning to impact our school climate, our culture, and now even our policies. And that is something I cannot continue to ignore or be quiet about. As administrators, we cannot
Jamie.
effectively, I'm going to get to the part of the agenda. Hold on.
Oh, okay, that's all I was
As
asking. Thank
administrators,
you.
we cannot effectively lead if we never know what the target is. And right now, the target is continuously moving or in jeopardy of being moved at each board meeting. Last May, we submitted the student handbook for review, as we do every year. It was supposed to be approved with that next month. We had to wait until a week before school with a sweeping change. Once approved, major changes, specifically on eligibility, were made with no discussion allowed between myself or the AD. In fact, we were told our options didn't matter, or our opinions, didn't matter, and the change was made by a motion from a board member. We have already held fall sports meetings. We had students and coaches, parents present. It created confusion, frustration, and chaos within the building. It undermined trust, not only in our processes, but in our ability to deliver constant and consistent expectations to families. And this situation is not isolated, which brings me to the board agenda. As a district, we have watched policies, procedures, and even operational structures, such as the setup of our elementary buildings, being altered through motions introduced without prior notice, without being placed on agendas, and without allowing time for administrative review or planning. This creates instability, it creates mistrust, and it puts our district in a position where we are constantly reacting to change rather than moving forward with purpose. This is far bigger than athletics. What happened tonight is one example of a much larger governance issue, which is why you have a packed room. Board members have an essential role setting policies, ensuring accountability, and representing the community's values. Administrators like myself also have an essential role implementing those policies, managing daily operations, and ensuring that our students and staff have a stable, predictable environment in which to learn and work. I got to do this in 3 minutes and I'm running out of air. When these roles start to overlap or are blurred, the system breaks down. We want to work collectively and collaboratively. We want to move our district forward, but we cannot do that without rules, expectations, policies that aren't continuously changing, without structure, notice, or process. We need clarity, we need consistency, and we need the space to do our jobs that you hired us for. I'm asking the board to reflect on the role as administrators, just as we need to reflect on our roles as administrators, so we can reestablish trust and systems that allow us to serve our students collectively. Stability is essential, clear boundaries are essential, and we owe both to our students, staff, and families in this district.
Let's move on.
All right, that's going to be tough to follow up. My name is Lex Alden. I am a parent to 2 current Swartz Creek students and 2 Swartz Creek graduates. I'm also a performing arts booster, which has really put me into a place where I get to work closely with some of our educators, staff, and like-minded parents. I'm here tonight to share my concerns regarding the elementary reconfiguration, as well as my thoughts on how your actions will affect our search for a superintendent. I will start by saying going back to K-5 itself isn't really much of the concern. Research shows benefits for both structures, but I do see the appeal to returning. What I worry about is what the transition entails. This ill-timed decision puts a heavy burden onto our teachers and staff to execute this in a minimal amount of time with more hurdles than they should have to jump through. My husband and I attended last week's community meeting and voiced our concerns that you all have hopefully had an opportunity to look through. I do worry that some of our concerns are still going to fall on deaf ears. While some of you hovered and didn't participate in the groups themselves, we were discussing how this will impact our students educationally and emotionally, how difficult it will be to move classrooms with ongoing construction, wondering what the cost will be, where the funds will come from. What effects will this have on our school of choice students you already prefer to shut out? How much staff are we going to lose because they feel that they are not being supported by their school board? When this vote was taken, you took information from a survey that didn't reflect the impacted group of people. You gave Michelle Paul the opportunity to speak on behalf of all elementary teachers, staff, and parents, and even when she raised concerns and explained that with the last change, how difficult it was during the pandemic while students were learning from home, she wasn't heard. You didn't give the chance for further input and again chose to act with limited clarity and knowledge. Last week at the end of the meeting, Ken was overheard saying that this is just a board decision. You guys only do this because it has to be public. And honestly, your lack of respect for our community's voice is disgraceful, yet still unsurprising. As a matter of fact, how everyone's been acting lately is quite embarrassing. Have you stopped to think what kind of superintendent we're going to attract with your ongoing bickering, lack of preparedness, ongoing investigations, and your sheer lack of empathy for our educators and staff who are really the backbone of this district? They deserve better. Our kids deserve better. We all deserve to be heard and for action to be taken swiftly. It's time to clean up your mess, put a hold on this decision for the elementary reconfiguration till there is a superintendent in place who is ready and willing to take on this at the right time from beginning to end.
Good evening. My name is Maria Ovsenik. I'm coming to speak on 2 different things, but both elementary related. I'm currently one of the board members for the Moorish and Elms PTO. I've been with the PTO at Elms since about 2017. Before we merged together, we had to go through a very tough process after COVID to merge 2 nonprofit organizations together. It took well over a year. Not only figuring out how we would manage and find volunteers to help both buildings, but to have a board run with finances and 900 students versus half of that population. It has taken a while. We feel like we have a good thing running now. With the elementary splitting, this means we need to figure out how are we going to run going forward? Do we need to split up again? Can we stay merged together? But the other problem is we don't have volunteers. Our volunteer base has been dwindling for a long time. If we were to split, I don't believe we would have enough volunteers, or we would ask teachers to pick up that volunteer base and run a nonprofit again. It's very difficult. I feel like we do so many great things for our students at Moorish and Elms, but asking for us to run with this hurdle and to do it quickly, just to do the paperwork with the IRS and the state of Michigan to manage that, figure out our finances and manage it if we had to split up, would be a difficult process. I implore that you actually talk to the different parties that are affected, the students, the PTOs, the staff members, the daycares that are locally here. They have to figure out what to do with everybody that has been moved around town once we split. Take some time. Plan with the end in mind. Make good decisions with conversations and then implement them. We shouldn't work towards a timeline when we don't even know all the steps to get there. The second thing I want to talk about is I used to work at Elms. I used to work with a lot of kids that had trauma, behavior issues, things that didn't go right in the day. Already that decision, 1 month in, you have already made kids feel a new trauma because they don't know what's going to happen next year. I've already talked to different families and kids that are worried. They don't know if they're going to stay at the same school. They don't know if they're going to lose their friends because they have to move to the other side of the district. They won't be able to go to their same daycare or aftercare. They don't know. We don't know as adults. So take time to plan, whatever the decision is going to be, because kids need that. It's how we let them succeed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Jones. I'm a community member here. I'd like to start out by saying I stepped in at this time. What you've done is you've forgotten that your job is governance. Your job is not management of this district. That is that man's job right there. Until we get a new superintendent, it is his job. You set the direction. He sets how we do it. You don't just say, well, I think, because I'm going to tell you the thimbleful of experience that you have doesn't hit what he has, doesn't hit what Dave has, and certainly doesn't hit what these people out here have. Based on, I didn't read it, I skimmed it, and the other nonsense that you guys have come up with, all you do is make yourself look like fools. People have touched on the superintendent job. You've apparently never had a professional job or hired anybody for a professional job because it's enough. Because people expect if they're the cream of the crop, they're not going to pay their own dime to go around and do interviews. If you want the best people, you bring them here to talk to you. You're asking them to come here. They can find a job in their own backyard, no problem. There are probably some qualified candidates around here, but shouldn't we look at all of them? So that's pretty much it before I get all fired up. Well, the other thing with changing the schools, that's just ridiculous. Talk to the professionals. The professionals just told you. That's why you made the decision before you talked to them, because there's some kind of backwards something going on where you guys wanted this done and you wanted it now. So we need to pump the brakes here before you crash us into a tree. And why aren't you sitting where the president sits? Anyway, all right, y'all have a good night. Take care.
I'm Debbie Bush. I live on Hill Road. And I've been to every meeting except for the one last week. I just forgot about it. But issues that we a better way like this. No, seriously, I would love to see us behave a little more
Just stay on one of the
about
agenda items, please. Thank you.
on the school K-5. Thank you.
Okay. We're going. Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and community members. My name is Lachey Burney, and I'm here tonight because I did my binge watching of your YouTube. Because I am a bit the recent decision to change the K-5 structure. Many of us spoke up clearly about the importance of maintaining the existing model, or at the very least, slowing down the process. Clear decisions were informed by data and that expressed tonight. I also attended the meeting last week where board members and staff members were in circle groups, and we had a lot of discussions. And I hope you had a chance to review some of many sticky notes that I left as well. So I'm just wondering why move with majority of the feedback being expressed at hesitation and disagreement? Why were families not given transparent explanations supported by evidence, timelines, and alternatives? We understand that change is sometimes necessary, and we understand that enrollment patterns, staffing, or academic goals may require adjustments, but we cannot understand, and I feel like it's comfortable to say we, a lot of people have come up with the disagreement. We understand that these patterns and staffing and academic goals may require adjustments, but I cannot understand why the decision was made without what feels like a genuine partnership with the people that directly are affected, like students, teachers, and our families. So right now, parents like myself, being new here to the state, I'm struggling explaining this to my kindergartner who is adapted to her teachers and her friends, as well as her cousin who she gets to see every day at school. And I just ask, and I stand here not to criticize for the sake of criticism, but to ask for clarity and accountability. I feel like we deserve to know what data, what research justify the structure. As I mentioned, I did watch the stream, and as quick as a 2-second commercial, I feel like this vote was made. I am familiar with Robert's Rule of Law and how meetings are governed, and I felt as if I didn't even hear a discussion point on the matter, and it was just voted and moved on. And additionally, I feel like we deserve to know how was the community feedback, based on the community feedback from the last week's meeting and tonight, how would that be measured and weighed going forward and incorporated with your decision going forward? Well, alternative solutions were considered, and why were they rejected? How will student emotionally and socially and academic needs be protected throughout this transition? And as a parent who has a student from school of choice, how will my choice of choosing this community be validated? Because as of today, I feel like my choice of coming here has now been invalidated. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Clark. I'm a parent of a 5th grader at Deke. I've never been to a board meeting before. I have binge watched your board meetings from maybe June, July to the last one. And I am how kindergarten to 2nd and 3rd to 5th when it happened. I felt like it happened quickly. It wasn't prepared for. And when comments are made about, well, let's just bring Ben back. In my opinion, Ben was here to change things and show what he could do to move to the next district. He had things. Look what I was able to do. That's now on his resume. I was able to convince this board to split the schools. The teachers had stuff broken when it was changed the last time. And yes, I've been walking my child to Siring every day to get on a shuttle bus to Deke. And then he rides back and I walk over and bring him home because there's no crossing guards in our neighborhood anymore, because that's what the 5th graders do in those schools. Those are the people that help the kids cross. I don't like how it was handled with that quick vote without preparing and saying it's going to start in the fall. It doesn't give enough time for the teachers. They don't have buy-in when it's just slammed on them. On the superintendent thing, I have a friend that would love to interview for the position, but we're offering an exceptionally low amount for the county, offering a 1-year contract. Who is going to move their family for something? And yeah, you're going to say, yeah, we'll offer them bonuses when this is done, if they do a great job. But they have to be willing to come here to get a job for 1 year at the lowest superintendent rate in the county. What it feels like, people are wanting a superintendent that can be led in the direction that they want them to be led in. With experience, you're getting likely people who don't have a ton of experience that's willing to move. And that's so I just don't.
Jamie Scrivener. I am a parent in the district along with an educator in the district. I did not intend to speak tonight, but I feel very empowered by everyone who is standing behind me, including students. I'm very proud of students to come tonight. This is a great opportunity for them to learn as well. I watch every board meeting. My husband hates it. He really does. He wishes I would not watch every board meeting because it consumes 4 hours of our night where I just do things around the house and get stuff done watching the board meeting. The reason that we have so many people here tonight is we have the community, the students, the teachers have found a lack of trust for the board. And the reason is we always end up with an agenda that looks beautiful, right? And then we, at the last minute during board comments, decide to make some sweeping changes for our district. Again, I've heard it from others without consideration of the people who are behind me, right? I had sent an email to Mr. Kitchen because I don't have a skin in the K-5 game. I am a parent of middle and high schoolers. But I'm very disappointed in the board here in the rash decision you have done. Again, 20-minute conversation. You have spent months talking about sell Moorish or don't sell Moorish. You spent months about that. Like 20 minutes you guys took to determine if you were going to move back to a K-5 model. I heard someone say it takes 9 months to make a baby, right? It takes 9 months. We can move a whole district around in 9 months. I want you guys to recognize when you make a baby and have a baby, it affects how many people, right? You are affecting this entire community. No one took into consideration the special education students in this district. No one took into consideration the financial part of this. You have amazing educators standing behind me and all throughout the community, and you have lost trust. You have lost our trust. When we make sweeping decisions for the last 20 minutes of a board meeting in hopes that people are not watching, in hopes that people are not in the crowd, I feel that that's sneaky. Okay? I've heard other people say, you need to do better. And I agree. You have children, students, watching you guys make these big decisions, indicating that I didn't read all of my emails. I just skimmed that. Do you want our students to just half-ass do everything? No, you don't. Take in consideration, take the time to do it. K-5 might not be a bad idea, but take time for the people and the students behind me.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, administration, and community. My name is Heather Briggs. I'm the proud principal of Deek Elementary. I'm speaking tonight out of deep care for our district, our students, and the values that define Swartz Creek: family, excellence, integrity, compassion, and continuous learning. These are the values that drew me to this district. In fact, in my interview, they asked me which one that resonated with me, and I continue to ask that question every interview that I have with people coming into our building. I hope that our next superintendent will be able to see these values, and I am afraid that in the past 6 or 7 months or so, they have not seen those values displayed if they were to watch our school board meetings. Even more concerning is that, okay, so I'm going to switch down a little bit here. We're now considering a shift to a K-5 model, only shortly after transitioning to a K-2 and 3-5, a structure that students and staff are still adjusting to. In fact, I know within my building, we've really created a strong positive climate and culture, very strong unity. We are implementing curriculum that are making huge impacts academically and improving academics. I am concerned because no outcome review has been conducted. No research-based recommendation has been presented to support another significant change. No financial analysis. Even more concerning is that this proposal emerged without any input from teachers, principals, support staff, or families. Decisions of this magnitude require clarity, transparency, collaboration, and anything less risks eroding trust. If we truly value family, we must involve our families. If we value excellence, we must rely on proven research-based practices. If we value integrity, our process must be transparent. And if we value compassion, we must consider the impact on students and staff who have already weathered change. And if we value continuous learning, we must review what is working before we undo it. I also want to express concern about the bond work at Deek Elementary, including the parking lot reconstruction and new playground that was scheduled to be done from June 15th through August 15th. I was told that our building would be shut down completely, both inside and out during that time. If we make that reconfiguration, I don't know how that bond work will be done. And that was bond work that was promised in the last bond. These upgrades were promised to our community. They were supposed to be completed in the previous bond cycle. They're critically needed for safety, traffic flow, and family engagement. Delaying them again would send a message that commitments to our children and families are negotiable. As we move forward, I want to highlight something incredibly important. Potential superintendent candidates are watching. And I'll just pause with that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Becky Acero. I am a parent. I have a first grader at Morris, and I also have a sixth grader. I'm very much anti K through 5. Very love the K through 2, 3 through 5. I did not intend to speak, so I'm kind of just winging it right now. Part of what I love about the way it is now, my sixth grader, he went to sixth grade this year, and he didn't go with 60 kids. You know, he went with the Marsh kids, the Elms kids. They were all Elms. So he went with 120 kids. He has friends in his class. He didn't walk into Mr. McPherson's room, strangers. He knew people. And I think that's really helping his ability to grow. And it's going to, I think, continue into middle school and high school. And I just want that for my daughter, who's shy and quiet. And I think losing half of her friends, it's gonna knock her down. And she has her teachers here now, and she can vouch for. She's a shy little kid, and having the ability at the end of the year to sit down with her teacher and look at our options for second grade for the best fit for her so she can succeed. She deserves that. And to not even know who our options might be, it scares the crap out of me as a parent. And I just want my children to succeed, and I worry that pushing everything back together so quickly, or even at all, I really worry for all of our kids and our staff. Thank you.
My fault. Good evening. I came up. The lady right before her. Why is it that I'm not hearing any data? Did y'all do research? Did y'all show that it would be beneficial for the district to go K through 5? That's transparency. That's how you have people behind you. I know people in here probably not in here. Everybody's not in here for that, but we didn't have to deal with this type of situation with elected officials and public officials over in Flint since 2014 for sure, with the water crisis. When you have meetings before meetings and you're not addressing the public and allowing the public to make decisions along with your decisions. When they come up here to speak, they coming up here to express their opinions. But if you'd have made a decision before they come up here to speak, you're gonna have confusion, and you'll have people, mad as hell. Just like now, you all can do something right now that can kind of like calm the temperature down. Common sense politics. When this first started, you know that the majority of the people in here is here for a reason. You know that a lot of people in here want to speak on a particular subject. Instead of having public comment on agenda items, you could have took a vote to rearrange public comments to where people could speak freely. That would have calmed down the temperature and wouldn't have people screaming out loud. It's all about being fair. It's all about, looking out for the people. Because what I'm hearing now is that we got to wait until public comment, and y'all take about 4 hours in between. And it's like those are tactics to get away or get people to leave. I'm not going to sit here for 4 hours to wait to speak, to hear y'all argue amongst each other about K through 5 and other different things. And now you got people firewater. Because they didn't have to sit here and listen to y'all bicker. Now our attitude has changed. And we're going to mimic, because attitude reflects leadership. And we're going to mimic what y'all doing. So we're going to get up here and argue with each other. So if you could you put a motion on the floor to move public comment after this, so that people who want to go home and feed their kids, they can do that. People who want to go to karaoke, which I need to do, can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. I'd like to move that anybody else who wants to speak after Christy here can do so people can get home, because this will be a long meeting since it's already 7:30.
All right, so I wasn't going to speak.
Hold on. There's a motion on the floor to open it up for other people to speak underneath our. We usually all items can be discussed. There's a motion on the floor by Ms. Fick and seconded by Mr. Maine. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, we have some board business that has to be done in this meeting, or else the bids are going to expire. So if we extend public comment, there's less of a chance that we're going to be able to complete our business, which means the projects for the middle school and the high school will not be completed. So if you guys would like us to continue our board business and get you the improvements to your schools that you need, that you approved with the bond money, we need to be able to conduct our business. Again, we have public comment at the end of the meeting, and it's for that exactly. Anything else that we didn't cover that you need to bring to us that you feel that we're not already hearing, not the same thing over and over again, but new information that we haven't already heard that you feel that we should hear, that is absolutely the time to do that. Right now, we are not able to complete our business, which is your business, which is what takes care of your children, make sure that their buildings are safe and are appropriate for their education. That's my comment on this.
We either stay here till midnight with everyone,
or we stay here and not get our business done. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it.
Well, if we would get our business done first, and we would know that it was done. We would know that business was done.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I just want us to be able to get.
There's
We
more
have
discussion.
bids that are going to expire. We have bids that are going to expire. So we would like to be able to get those completed, and we will still be here. We will still listen.
Please, this is board discussion on a motion.
You guys are supposed to be here. These people that are here that want to talk about the other stuff should get a chance to talk first, and then you guys do your business.
It's not your time to talk, sir.
Sir, yes.
Can we take a vote?
Hold on, don't. Listen, we're in the middle of a board vote. Please be respectful, sir. I know you are. Just hold on. There's discussion amongst the board. There was a motion. There was a second. Then the way we work it is there's discussion on the motion. Please let us have discussion on the motion. And that's just being respectful. And let us make a decision. You're not even letting us make a decision. I think that's fair. So, Jenny, you had the floor.
I'm done.
Would anybody else like to discuss anything on the motion? Okay, then I'll call the vote on the motion. The motion stated that we would take public comment that's at the end of the meeting and then move it up to anything, I guess, after this. So that's the motion. And Sue, please do roll call. Is there any?
Ken Engel,
No.
Chuck Melkey,
No.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
No.
Autumn Henry,
No.
and Jenny Walgust.
No.
Okay. I know the motion fails, and we'll go back into agenda specific. And if it's going to be over K5, I would give it a few. I know you do. You didn't let me finish yet.
You've been letting
Okay, order.
I understand that. So we're going to go back to agenda specific on public comment, and we'll let it go for maybe another 20 minutes or so, and we will move on to business then. And then you can move back to that on the non-agenda specific, or you can talk about agenda items, just to move toward business.
Please ask people in the hallway. Tell them I'm here.
And there are some people still standing out there. If they would like to come in and sit down, please do, if you like. And ma'am, I'm sorry we interrupted you. I'm so sorry. Just go ahead, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. No, you're up. Go ahead.
All right. So I honestly was not going to speak tonight. I was going to save it because I wasn't prepared. However, I just can't be quiet anymore. So the reconfiguration brings sweeping changes for just about every person in this room, including those that are school of choice. Autumn shared in our circle this week that there will be a vote on that at the beginning of the school year, maybe April. And this impacts many. So if you're a school of choice parent, I implore you to come. I ask you to tell your friends because it impacts you. And they'll vote to whether or not we accept school of choice kids or whether we put a cap on it or whatever that may be. So now, back to the rest of my thing. I have, to be honest, when I lived in Swartz Creek, I removed my kids for the lack of diversity that was in this district, and I took them to Carmen Ainsworth. Okay? And then I come back, and I'm hired at the district, and I was delighted to see all of the diversity that is in each of our buildings and all of the parents that have shown up today. We're a very diverse set of stakeholders. And now, based on what Jamie Damon and all of them are doing at the high school, I contemplated bringing my own children back through the school of choice. But the problem is, after watching every board meeting, it is blatantly obvious that there are many people who are against school of choice. In fact, it very much comes across as they want Swartz Creek to return to a sundown town. And for those of you who don't know what that is, don't roll your eyes. That's disrespectful. A sundown town means...
You're being respectful. Just don't address. Just give your statement. Thank you so much. I respect you. Yes.
Thank you. So those of you who don't know what a sundown town is, it means that blacks and people of color need to leave the town before it gets dark. Okay? So, with that said, there were board comments made about Diana Neely, said directly to her while she was being presented to the board about how she's so articulate and that she must be very smart. I find that mark to be very condescending and disrespectful, and it honestly reeks of racism. So, again, this reeks of racism and the good old boys club. Now, my comments will probably put a target on my back, but I have always told my children, who are biracial, not that that matters, that silence is acceptance, and I will not be silent. Let's not kick the can down the road. In regards to the reconfiguration, there have been multiple people to get up and speak against it. The original poll that went out didn't go to the stakeholders that it truly impacts. So I asked the board tonight to reconsider tonight while we are all standing here. And I'm sorry, I'm very nervous because I wasn't prepared, but I just ask that you guys reconsider it, reconsider all of the negative impact that you will have on the students, because that is what truly matters. All students, students of color.
Ramsey. I'm not good at public speaking, so I have a daughter in Deke. So my issue is the K through 5 thing. So my biggest issue with it is that you guys made this decision just hastily. Okay? There was no discussion. I've seen and watched these board meetings and watched you guys, verbally attack each other and spend hours and hours of just unnecessary time attacking each other. And then something that is going to affect the number of students, small minds that it's going to affect takes, it's no more than a coin flip. There's a problem with your guys' process. There's a problem with, like how you guys behave. Everything that happens up here is a joke. The way you guys treat each other, the way you guys talk, it's out of control. And we need to, redefine what we're doing here. This board should be looking out for the best interests of the kids, not looking out for, how am I gonna save myself? What can I do to protect me? We need to protect our children, right? So my biggest things in our group when we discussed last week were, safety and like that constant learning, right? I have a third grader who will, if this change happens next year, who will be attending their third school in 3 years. That does not build continuation. They'll struggle, like with the constant change. I'm very concerned for that. And I have another student about to enter from Little Dragons into kindergarten. Now, I could benefit from that and have both students in one building. I could. They could both end up together, which would be great, big sister, little brother. But where do we draw that line? How long until we change it back again? Like when does that happen? And I hear a lot about, the finances, the teachers. There is not enough discussion up here tonight about the kids. There just isn't. Like the safety. I grew up in a K through 5. I was bullied at a younger age by the older students, and I don't want to see that for the other kids, right? So I think it's a terrible idea. And I keep hearing a lot of people ask you guys to reconsider the timeline, to push this back. But I'm going to stand here and I'm going to ask you guys to reconsider the motion entirely. I think it's a mistake, and I think that the only people who have the power to put that motion back on the floor is you, right? You guys did it just like that to vote on it last time. Let's put it back. Let's vote on it. And, now that you've actually gotten feedback, and look at this room, this many people tells you might have did something wrong. So.
Okay. Thank you for public comment. We're going to move on now to our consent agenda. Everybody that's spoken, I've written, there was a couple people that didn't give me their names, but I wrote down their comments. So I want to thank you for that. I would like approval of the consent agenda, although I would like to add one item to it. And it will be a short item. It will be a board discussion item. I'd like to add security to the elementary schools and hire private security guards to do there. We have some 31A money, but I'll discuss underneath board discussion. So
you want to add age to board discussion?
Yep. For community experience, it's going to be hiring security personnel for all of our elementaries because we found some money that we can utilize for that. That's it. So we have discussion on the consent agenda, and that was the only thing I wanted to add to it before we made a motion to accept.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda with the addition of age discussion for security personnel at the elementaries.
Second.
It's been seconded by Jenny. Is there any discussion? No discussion. We'll have roll call vote. Sue?
Was that first one Andrea?
Yes.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay. Consent agenda passed with the addition. And I talked about that at the building committee. So now go ahead, Jim, with the interim superintendent report.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Just to kick it off, was glad to see the Madrigals. As you know, I love music, a cappella music, and they're one of the best groups out there to do it. Excellence every year. If you'd like to see more from their performance, their holiday band performance is Tuesday at 7 o'clock. The middle school band performance is Wednesday at 7 o'clock. And then on Thursday, we have the choirs, and the Madrigals will be performing at that also at 7 o'clock. A great opportunity to get out, have some Christmas holiday spirit, and support our students. I have a document for you here. Seemed real valuable when we were talking about it during committee meeting. It's the monthly report, so I thought I'd just give you a hard copy of this to have and be able to look at. There you go. Lots of good information in there. So today we had hoped to have ribbon cutting. It fell at an odd time where Mary Crapo Park was open. They promised that it would be done at the end of November. We're 10 days past, and so pretty much we're on track. I know Chuck, I don't want to speak for Chuck, but I know they really wanted to do this also. So what we've decided, since the weather was bad, and it is a little bit odd to have a ribbon cutting opening with 4 inches of snow on the turf, we are going to schedule in March to have just a big celebration. I call this the Field of Dreams. This is an awesome thing that our community supported and brought in for our kids to be able to play under the lights. And we're super excited about that. So probably March 10th. Our first baseball game is March 19th. And so we want to kick them off in a great way on March 10th with our new field. We have the community meeting. I wanted to talk about that. And we do have the data and information from that meeting for you as promised. Michelle's going to be doing a quick presentation on that information. But thankful to about 100 people who showed up for that work session. We were able to divide up into small groups, about 8 in a group. Thank you to our administrative team for facilitating those meetings. We gathered lots of feedback, and it wasn't an opportunity to come and bash the decision. It was an opportunity to come and say, hey, what do we want this to look like for our kids? How do we want it to benefit them? And what are some obstacles we need to look at as we do this? We are accepting the board's decision. Our administrative team is ready to implement this. We're going to get the job done. If this is your vision to do, and I appreciate the community's input on that. Well, you showed up in full force and numbers, and we appreciate that. We have our Hanover Climate Survey. We've partnered with Hanover. This survey has gone out to the community. We hope that you see it, and you'll take some time to give us some feedback. This is one of our most important from Hanover because it talks about climate. We love to have the year after year comparisons of how our students feel, the safety piece of our schools and that kind of thing. And so if you could please go in and do that survey, we'd greatly appreciate that. I'm pleased to announce, and this is awesome because as a kid, I can remember my mom getting on to me for playing so much Mario games, but we had an all-state award candidate for our esports program in the area of Mario Kart, and that was Andrew A.J. Ford. And so very proud of A.J. for his accomplishment. And then a couple of other quick pieces. Desi, I hope I'm not jumping on your items down there, but we had our Blueberry ambassadors. They visited a Swank Assisted Living, and they sang Christmas carols. They made some handmade cards and ornaments, and they passed those out. I want to thank the Blueberries for what they continue to do year after year to help build community. And also, our Elms Road Student Leadership Group is working with the Swartz Creek High School National Honor Society. and they're collecting items to take to some assisted living residents. And so thank you all. So we appreciate everything that our buildings do. I'm sure there's so much more going on. I want to take the time to highlight at least what a couple of buildings are doing each month to help build community. Thank you guys so much. And that's my report for today.
Any questions of Jim Kitchen from the board? Nobody? Okay. We'll move on to this. You go ahead with your student report.
Hello everyone. I hope you guys are all having a great night. So I'm gonna kind of repeat some stuff that Mr. Kitchen said. But yesterday, NHS students volunteered with Officer Abraham at the Mayor on Hill Road. It was called Shop with Your Hero. And it was just so amazing seeing those kids have so much fun and just smiles on their faces and the gifts that they now get to enjoy. Also, Foster's Closet is on Saturday from 8:30 to 12:15, and the Mary Dan Christmas party is next Wednesday on the 17th. And all the Christmas cards that we made for them, and students are so excited to get to share those with the residents. Also, tomorrow, the Mock Trail team is having a bake sale fundraiser during all lunches to raise money to donate to Adopt a Family for Christmas. Winter sports have officially started, and a lot of the sports teams have already had their first couple of games. The Swartz Creek High School has a 12 days before Christmas spirit wear, and we've had a lot of participation, and it's amazing to see these students get into the holiday spirit. Also, Christmas at Creek is on December 20th from 12 to 3. There's a $5 entry fee per kid. There will be hot chocolate, crafts, face painting, and photos with Santa. And this will be at the Swartz Creek High School Performing Arts Center, and it should be a fun day for all of those students who attend. Student Council was able to donate 700 pounds of food to the food bank, as well as $242 in cash donations. They want to thank the community with all of their help in the success of the Stuff the Bus event. The middle school ELA team, along with a new team of SSPs in grade 6, were trained on Tier 2 intervention with the Read 180 Reading Intervention Program. And this intervention provides instructional and classroom support within English language arts classes utilizing the Read 180 program. More students had a great assembly last week by Mott Community College Clowns. They've been performing for 25 years in Genesee County, performing an anti-bullying show, which is led by Dr. Brian Ivory. The students and staff at Moorish had a wonderful time. And also, most classes at Moorish had a tree party last week, and there were lots of parents in the building to help. They also had a Santa Secret shop, so kids could shop for their loved ones at Christmas, and the NJHS students helped out with that, and so that was a great opportunity for them to get their service hours that they need. At Elms, Miss Lonely has assembled a Lego robotics team, and they're participating for competitions. Also, the 5th grade volunteers are taking part in the Blueberries group, performing random acts of kindness in the community. And the Elm Student Leadership Team is collaborating with the NHS at the high school for the Joy Drive, and they're collecting items for local assisted care facilities all the way until the 15th. And NH students are going to go to Elms, I think it's sometime the week of the 15th, to sort through things and make sure that everything goes to their proper places. And that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you for your long and excellent report. It was longer than usual. And there's a lot of audience here today, so thank you. You did a great job. Is there any questions of Debbie?
I just wanted to say 700 pounds of food is awesome.
Okay. We'll move on to employment non-certified. That's already taken care of, so we're not going to discuss that. I think we only had one person, right, on the list. If anybody wants to look at it or question Jim on it, no problem with it. Next one will be board subcommittee reports. We'll start out with Carrie, on academic achievement.
Thank you. This is my favorite part, and the reason I'm a board member is looking at what the kids get to do and getting to hear all of the amazing things that our staff is working on to support the students. So forgive me, this is a little bit longer than normal, but I think that's a good thing. So we met on the 2nd. We had myself, Andrea, Kim Winter, Jenny Wolgast, Mrs. Damon, Michelle Paul, and we had 2 teachers who were our guests, Carrie Church and Joe Runkle. Is that correct, Joe Runkle? Yeah. We listened to a very interesting presentation about the high school science reconfiguration. And Ms. Church, who is the high school science department head, presented an overview of the major reconfiguration of the science curriculum for the high school. And it hasn't been done since how long? Michelle, do you know? I don't recall it being done.
It's been over 10 years.
So it's been a little while. And so this is very important. After they assessed the current curriculum, the teams identified some gaps in standards that were being taught to students, and that ended up being about 1/3 of the standards not being currently taught to all students. So they did look at a new required course, which is environmental science for all students. Physical science will combine chemistry and physics. Hands-on inquiry-based learning will continue. Ongoing data-driven evaluation and alignment with state and national standards will be incorporated. The need for timely board approval, and this is key for the fellow board members, to align scheduling, staffing, and student counseling will need to occur in January when it's brought to the board for approval. There'll be discussion of teacher certification challenges and succession planning within the department. They highlighted the AP and dual enrollment as key opportunities for advanced students. They looked at the new science by distributing earth science content into other currently available classes, biology, chemistry, and physics. They proposed curriculum change requirements, and for the high school students who might be here, might be interested in this. Biology will be in 9th grade, physical science in 10th grade, and environmental science will be mandatory, no honors for all students. Physical science course to combine chemistry and physics standards honors section will move at a faster pace with a deeper integration with math concepts. 1/3 of the standards previously not taught to all students. New structure aims to address that gap and align with graduation requirements. The course sequence gaps and new requirements. The department plans to pilot a new science program. They'll evaluate it after 3 years and adjust based on the data that they are able to analyze. The proposed science teaching and curriculum emphasizes Michigan-specific content, student-led inquiry, and model-based learning. The team will use a variety of instructional methods with local relevance and a focus on student engagement. They will also focus on aligning grades 7 through 12 curriculum so students don't have redundancy if they've had some of this information in middle school, and they'll track right into high school with the new curriculum, and that will ensure their progression. Course catalog approval, as I mentioned, will be required by January for the effective student scheduling and counseling. And the pilot data science course has been launched or will be launched, has been launched, and then Algebra 2 standards with real-world data applications. So this is exciting, and we're going to talk about it later in the meeting. But we are very proud of our teacher, Joe Runkle, and a student who have been invited to Stanford University, that's the Stanford University in California, to present and their experience and findings at an annual leadership summit. This trip is funded by a $3,600 grant that is pending tonight's board approval. They need to make arrangements very quickly because it's in January. And it's a really exciting opportunity. And they'll be talking about various topics that they faced as it was implemented and what they've been able to see. And I think they'll be able to meet like folks who've implemented this in other districts across the country and maybe come back with some really great ideas. So we did have public comment. TJ Heck, who's here in the audience tonight, was there, asked a lot of great questions and made some comments. And we thanked our presenters for their work. And that was it. Any questions?
Just one clarification. I actually left after the policy meeting, so I was not at this meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you were in the crossover.
I was. So just for clarification. Thank you. Of your meeting.
Okay, is there any questions of Terry's subcommittee report? None? Okay, we'll move on to policy. Okay. You want something else?
No, I'm ready. I just was listening. So policy started December. Oh, I left the date off. Sorry. December 2nd. We called the meeting to order. I called the meeting to order at 3:06. Present was myself, Carrie Germain. Jennifer Wolgass joined us at 3:30. Kim Winter, athletic director Adrian Trebowski. Oh my gosh, I say it right every other time. A couple of teachers, Carrie Church, Joe Rungel, Miss Damon from the high school was there, Dave Simonson, Michelle Paul, and we had TJ Heck, a member of the public there. A major discussion, well, on the agenda was athletic discussion. So we talked about the athletic department, and the quick summary was very astonishing that the athletic department has 113 coaches and 20 internal staff. Yes, I was taken back by that number as well, too. In the 2024-25 school year, there were 845 total contests. And again, these are high school numbers, Adrian? High school, middle school? Okay, thank you. 845 total contests in less than 80 days. 522 were away and 323 were home. An interesting stat that 18 out of 23 varsity coaches have turned over in the last 4 years. So there's a lot of discussion about athletics. Obviously, it's a hot topic right now. Public comments rolled over to Jamie Damon, who would like us to look at having a policy / maybe a procedure in place for emergency processes. Something we can maybe come to uniform when there's an emergency in the buildings, how we notify the public. So we need to have further discussions on that. Public comments, TJ Heck, noticing that the board is making decisions often and without evidence. Community comments, Jenny just asked to be updated because she's coming a little late, so we revisited some things. Next meeting to be announced. It was quite lengthy. We adjourned at 4:53. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions of Andrea? Okay, we'll move on. Jenny or Ken, which one of you want to tee off? Yeah, bond committee report. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, bond committee. So bond committee was just yesterday at 2 p.m. We started out with the presentation from. Do you usually read all the participants? Sorry, let me go back. So learning this. Okay, so participants were Chuck Melke, myself, Carrie Germain, Jim Kitchen, Dave Simonson, Jamie Collin, Michelle Paul, Bill Loader, Sydney Schultz from Hawk, and Suzanne Carlson from French and Associates, and Dr. TJ Heck from the public. Called to order at 2:10. The Hawk provided an update. Just not much has changed. We're just kind of wrapping up some HVAC work, and they're doing some just initial pre-construction site work at Deke. We did review with them the two bid packages that came to the board last month that we had some questions about. That was the middle school and the high school. It was more the questions that we had at the board meeting were more related to the bid process. So I kind of put some of the clarifications about the bid process that we discussed as part of the committee comments. But basically, they just kind of shared with us that the bids typically last 60 days, which was the big reason why we wanted to make sure that we got those addressed tonight, because we had some that we had to kind of push back from last month. If they're not approved before the expiration, they have to restart the bid process, and it also makes it more difficult to work with vendors because it just looks bad that they have to rebid the work. And so the work, this bond work is sourced by a public bid process. It's not a situation where you have to have 3 respondents. So there's public requests for bid that are posted to numerous resources. They listed some of them that they use, including their own internal database. And they also mentioned that they frequently will have a pre-bid meeting in order for potential vendors to come in and just kind of get a better look at what the scope of the work is, the details, and answer any questions so that they can make sure that they're submitting appropriate bids. So again, we just kind of touched back on that bid process to make sure that we didn't have any questions about those 2 packages, the middle school and the high school work. And then the last meeting, they had put out a rebid for moving some equipment in the high school and middle school, as well as doing some audiovisual improvements at the PAC. And they did receive those bids back, and they did have some candidates for that. We did have one question. There was an alternate column on one of them, so it was just kind of clarification that alternate was just moving some additional equipment out of the athletic area, like weights and other training equipment, and that it showed up as alternate. So I had a question if we are doing that, and that is part of the bid process or the bid package for the high school. So as long as we approve the high school bid package, we will have that optional moving that will be necessary. We did not have any public comment. I went over the committee comments that were just the clarifications about the bidding. And again, we just have the 3 packages as board action items tonight to vote on. Any questions?
Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah. Are those listed on our page too, the public bid process, like on our website, or was it just through?
She gave a list. She said Sigma, Construct Connect, Bid Connect, and then they have an internal database. I don't know if they're listed on like the Swartz Creek Community Schools website.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Jenny, for your report. One addition to that, if you don't mind, we've lost some community members to the bond steering committee. So there's a lot of people here today. We're going to put it on the web. So if anybody would like to be on the bond steering committee, please submit your name to myself, via email or Jim, and we would like to have 1 or 2 more people from the public on there to help us with the bond steering committee, if anybody's interested. Thank you. No other questions for Jenny? Is that good? Okay, thank you. You want me to go, Ken, because I went first at the meeting, or do you want to go first?
Okay, go.
Okay. At the Site Building and Operations Committee, we started at 2:32 p.m. It was at the Administration Building. Myself chaired it. Dave Simonson, Carrie Germain, Bill Loader, Jim Kitchen, Jamie Cohen, Jenny Walgas, Ken Engel, Michelle Paul, Sydney from AUK, Suzanne from French, and Dr. Heck was there from the public. First thing was a Mary Crapel update. Everything's pretty much done. Backstop netting is installed. Netting on first and third base lines are being done in the snow either today or tomorrow. Railings need to be added per the building inspector for safety near the concession stand in the south end of the park. After the opening today, which we did not have, the pickleball nets will be removed, and we are going to get quotes for a PA system and some additional equipment for the dugouts, helmet holders and a bench that was overseen on that. And obviously we didn't have the opening today. The plan is, or at least my original plan was, to eventually put in a what? Yes, yeah. That's why everybody was laughing about it today, but I was hoping that we could propose that. So if we have a little extra money, we're going to put in an ice rink for the kids, and that way we can use it all year round for the winter time, and have the concession stand open, and the PA system will play music for the kids and have it open limited hours. So that's it on Mary Crapel. So we're going to push it off to probably March. As Jim said, operations update. The elevators have been completed their testing in the middle school. They're all safe. During the Christmas break, the gym floors will be sealed at the middle school and redone. We ordered 3 buses last month. They were approved and they are being built currently. They take quite a while to be built. They'll be delivered in October of 2026. We made sure that all the playground equipment for all grades will be adequate. If the configuration happens, because you got some that are limited to K2 and then 3-5. But the person that came in said that all of our equipment's pretty in good shape and it's all compliant currently. The middle and high school upgrades will have a pre-walkthrough this month. They'll be put out for bid right before Christmas, and then we'll accept the bids early in January, and that's for major work for those buildings. Public comment, Dr. Heckwood expressed concerns, as she did today, about the lack of analysis, public input communications on K5 and any driven decision-making on K5. There was some explanation given by several committee members on some of the planning that was started, the history and the performance data that was available on board. I said that I suggested that she join the workshop or the steering committee on that at the next couple of meetings, along with the public, to give her input and ideas as she may want to contribute. She had a lot of good ideas for a smooth transition. Committee comment was limited to Ms. Heck's comments, and I questioned the availability of, I believe it was 31 AA money, Jim. And I would like to add security personnel, seeing as how we have some extra money at the elementaries. We concluded the meeting at 3:39 p.m., and the next meetings to be determined because of the new year. That's all I have. Any questions of my subcommittee report? Very good. Okay, Mr. Engel, go ahead with the Finance Committee.
Thank you. In attendance, myself, Chuck Melky, Jane Walgast, Kerry Germain, Jim Kitchen, Dave Simonson, Randy Cowan, Michelle Paul, Bill Loader, TJ Heck, and Sydney. The meeting was held December 9th, 2025. Started at 15:39 hours. Even though I'm the chair of the committee, I believe that we would all agree that Ms. Cowan was the brains of the operation. She brought financials at the end of November of 2025. Our general fund is $14,491,263.42. Food service is $410,000. $410,477.68. Student activity accounts $896,937.86. Debt service fund is $2,352,669.54. Capital projects is $39,906,818.69. And our total cash and investment is $53,058,167.19. Next topic was grants. Not really sure how that was the heading, but that's what was put on there. This conversation was more about assistant to the curriculum specialist, Michelle Paul. This topic got brought up at a board meeting, and I think we got a little off track that it was going to be more of a grant coordinator, grant writer. After speaking with Michelle, I think we found out that, to keep this really simple, Michelle needed some help. Got this great document that Michelle put together, if you guys can see it. Just a few of her duties, a couple on the back. Bottom line is, lady's busy and she needed some help. So after speaking with her, we brought this topic back up. I think we ended the meeting acknowledging, and I hope that we will see fit to get her an assistant. Other topic was Al Joy's request for this stormwater easement contract over by the cage. That's going to sit in a holding pattern until we get more information back from the County Drain Commission and Troon Law Firm. There was a $5,000 donation towards the high school art department from, and I hope I pronounce this right, I'm sorry, Hogan Foundation. Agreed that the district would send out a very kind thank you letter for that large donation. Minimum wage increases January of 2026 from $12.48 to $13.73. Something that obviously we'll have to factor into our budget. Kendall Williams investigation. We're still waiting to hear from the firm as they're going over documents. Board action. I'm going to go back to, you just heard it, it's Jenny's 3 items. High school bond bid, middle school bond bid, and high school and middle school moving pack AV rebid package. Public comments was from TJ Heck, and we continued about the K-5 transition. Committee board members' comments. Chuck, as he's already said, he brought up the having armed security at the 5 elementaries. Jim was going to research and advise the board on availability and different people that provide that service. During our comments, my comment was the topic got brought up, reconfiguring the K-5s. We found that there will be some remodeling done, or in addition to a kitchen at Gaines Elementary, and that Mr. Loader's also going to start the bus route situation. One thing so you can understand about the money for the remodeling of the kitchens, when I went to that kitchen, or excuse me, the cafeteria fund at $410,000, when that fund is kept very, very high, which it is, we get a nice happy gram from the federal government that we need to spend that money. So periodically, when you see maintenance done or remodeling done at all the kitchens throughout the district, there's 2 thoughts to that. 1, it may need it, and 2, we have to unload that money, and we can only unload it in a cafeteria setting. We can't use it for anything else. So that money will go to that at this time. The meeting was adjourned at 16:45 hours, and the next meeting will be sometime in January of 26 when we post all of our meetings for the year. Any questions?
Yeah, Ken, just one quick one. I think it was just a slip. On the capital projects fund, you stated 39 million, but I believe it's 34 million.
It is. I did. I apologize.
No, that's no worries.
34,906,818.
Which gives us, okay. So the total's right. It's just that one was just a fraudulent slip on that one, okay? That's the only thing I have. Does anybody have any comments to or questions to Ken's report?
We need to accept his report.
Yes. Any questions first, though? There's no questions? Okay.
Anybody
want to make them? Okay,
I make a motion that we accept Ken's financial report.
There's a motion on the floor to accept Ken's report, financial report. And second by Andrea Fick. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion on the motion. Roll call vote.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Wolgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, thank you, Ken. That ends the board subcommittee report, and then we're going to go on to board discussion items. K-5 reconfiguration. Michelle Paul, please step to the podium.
Thank you. Mr. Simonson, can you bring me the backup mic just in case? I'm not sure. Testing, testing. If I need it. Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm not used to quite such a large crowd, although it was very gratifying to have so many people show up last week at the PAC. And what I loved about that, and thank you 5 board members for coming to that as well and joining different circles. And we had parents there and staff there and administration. Special thank you to a lot of our K-5 coaches and principals and other people that are trained in our restorative practices and know how to facilitate that type of work. So I think a lot of people came in expecting to sit in an audience and listen to a presentation in the auditorium, and were surprised that they got put into circles and everyone was asked to speak to a variety of different questions. So my hope is that we can do that. I heard someone say something about doing that at each building, which I think would be a lovely move going forward, is to do that at each of our elementary buildings and middle school and high school for that matter, and engage our community because, as we found out, no matter which side people were on as far as the configuration, we share very similar hopes and dreams for our children. And you see there, these are some of the things that came up. There were lots of benefits for students of the K-5 model, and what people feel are strong in the K-2, 3, 5 model as well. Connection and belonging, rich experience with teacher collaboration, safety, security, and success and lifelong learning. So what we are committed to as an administration, as Mr. Kitchen said, is that regardless of configuration going forward, this is our vision for our students, and this will happen. We will not let anything get in the way of our vision for our children, regardless of what changes need to happen. So the decision last month did spark that immediate, extensive conversation. Parents, teachers, staff across the district. I am going to be completely transparent, and in a week's time between last week's meeting and tonight, I did not read every single comment personally. Each facilitator did summarize and provide me a whole list of all the input that they received in their circles. And then using AI, I combined that along with the survey. So a lot of people that couldn't be there were invited to fill out a survey online. And so this presentation is actually a very comprehensive synthesis. And as I listened to public comment, lots of the same questions, fears, and concerns raised during the workshop and on that survey were raised here tonight. So again, like Mr. Kitchen said, one of the reasons I'll go quickly is because a lot of this has already been said by the community here tonight. The 4 areas of concern are the human impact on staff and students, our educational core, making sure that our academics are kept sound, our operational framework, and then just the decision process itself. This is a visual summary of all of the concerns. And so it's just a very quick slide, or a very dense slide, but it does show that the main concerns were about the human impact and what disruptions might happen to student relationships. We've heard that here tonight. Concerns over staff morale and retention, keeping our good people that we've invested a lot of training and resources in, and our academic continuity, those successful grade level teacher collaborations, the operational and logistical hurdles that we need to really look at. That rush timeline has come up again and again, like it has here tonight. The lack of data fueling the distrust in our community. Significant logistical challenges were identified, the concerns about costs, moving, playgrounds, libraries, classroom furniture, and just our core priorities, wanting to have that transparent, data-driven plan, prioritizing student safety and staff support going forward. So the really big priorities that people care about knowing tomorrow are how am I going to know where I'm going? How are those boundaries going to be redrawn, and who gets to make that decision? How are class sizes going to be impacted? How are staff going to be assigned to different buildings? How are school of choice students and families going to be assigned to different buildings? What will that transportation look like? What will our routes look like? Will bus rides be longer? Will more drivers be needed? Actually, the transportation director that was brought up, operations director Bill Loader said that bus rides could be shorter in the K-5 model, and that it probably would need less drivers. But we're going to go to work on this right away, because this is our number one priority, knowing that it's the number one priority of our community, our staff, and our students, to calm the fears, to calm the stress and anxiety that they are currently experiencing. We need to get this done as soon as possible and communicate that out. And we hope to include, to be inclusive in committees and representative in committees in making some of those decisions, so that people are part of that and know how and why certain decisions are made. So our first priority is student safety and stability. That has to be our top priority. That's physical safety, that's social emotional support to navigate this change, and hopefully finding ways to minimize disruption to learning and to relationships. Staff support is right up there. Acknowledging the immense effort that this requires from staff, the immense effort they put into the change the last time through, and making sure that we honor their placement preferences where possible, provide time and compensation to them for their work in the move, and that we hear, value, and respect all stakeholders' voices. Relationships are key, so we want to really use those hopes and dreams that we talked about at the beginning of all of this as the bedrock for our future in our K-5 buildings. The second priority that came up a lot, because the question was asked last week, what are our top 2 or 3 priorities? Priority number 2 that was mentioned the most was a deliberate, data-driven, and transparent process with a realistic timeline, a clear, consistent communication, transparent updates. Everybody wants to know all the key decisions ahead of time, using data to drive decisions, and involving stakeholders throughout the planning and implementation process. And please don't shoot the messenger, because, like I said, I had AI summarize all this, so I am not, as Jim said, it's not my job to question the board's decisions, and we will not let this fail. If you ask us to make this happen by fall 2026, we will make it happen by fall 2026. That is not, there is no other option. So, we need to be guided by a shared commitment to our children's future. And so this feedback all through this and over again, you've heard people say, it's not that people are just trying to throw out obstacles. It's the reflection of a deeply engaged community. People really care about this topic. And I'm going to guess if we weren't going this direction, there's people that equally care that it does happen and the change does happen to K-5. So, people are deeply engaged around this, and I think that that shows in the passion that people have shared tonight. The anxieties and fears that everyone is sharing stem from that collective desire to protect our shared values and achieve those collective hopes that we have for our children. that's really, and I heard someone say, I'm not hearing a lot about the kids, but at the heart of it, taking care of our staff and doing everything well is always about the kids. So just to say, everything we're talking about is about the children and our hopes that we have for them. Otherwise, our people would not be they wouldn't be doing the jobs they're doing. It's a lot of work. So thank you all for being here, and especially when probably, depending on the roads, there will be school tomorrow night. So thank you. By embracing the shared priorities, put people first, ensure a deliberate process, we can move forward in partnership with our community, and we want to make sure that people really do continue to show up and give input and give feedback and be involved, because we are the Swartz Creek schools. We are the Swartz Creek community. And that central question is the one that unites us all. What is best for our kids? And while we might disagree about what is best for our kids, we all want that to be our guide for every decision we make, and we put that at the heart of our decision-making process, and what we're thinking about is what is best for kids. I did provide like I said, the summary. However, if the board would like to have access, I can give you the exact survey comments. I can give you the exact, if you're a person that doesn't want to trust AI, I can give you pages and pages of what went into the summary so that you have it all at your disposal. So just email me and I'll be happy to provide that. And that's it. I hope that was 10 minutes or less.
It was. Thank you for the detailed report, Michelle. I know you worked on it on short notice. We've had discussion on it. Thank you. Is there any questions of Michelle? Thank you, Michelle. Stand by though in case there's a question later. Okay.
I'm right here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going.
We'll call you. Yep. We'll call you to the podium. Mr. Jory, Al. Oh, there you are, sir. Come on up. Al, just stand behind the podium there, and I think there's a packet in there for everybody. Al's proposed to be a worker for the developer to potentially put in a small strip mall near the cage to the north of the building. And he has information here, and we've discussed it once, that building in operation. So, Al, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. My name is Alan Jory, and I'm an agent for Bannicky Properties, and I'm also here tonight to represent Betty Shannon, who owns the piece of property directly north of the cage Sports, and David Thompson, who owns the next parcel to the north. And thank you for giving me the time to talk to you guys. I see you're busy.
No, that's okay.
So
we have 5 minutes now.
Yeah, okay. I'll take you out of the hot seat for a minute or two, guys. In order to develop that property adjoining the Cage Sports building, I'm just going to read this letter that I hope you guys all have in your packet. It's necessary to provide a storm drain outlet for any future commercial development. Due to the property slope away from the road and the shallow depth of the existing storm drain outlet in the road ditch, it is not economically feasible to use the existing outlet. This limitation has been a deterrent to the development of the 2 parcels of land adjoining the Cage Sports to the north. Furthermore, to provide access to the property and ensure a safe flow of traffic in and out of the Cage Sports, it would be necessary to relocate the existing entrance directly across from the entrance to the Myers Shopping Center. The southern half of the proposed entrance would be located on the school's property. And if you take a look at the drawing on that's attached to this letter, it'd show the changes for the entrance. These improvements would be made at no cost to the school district. A storm drain easement, as shown by the attached drawing, would be required to discharge stormwater into the existing pond at a rate approved by the Genesee County Drain Commission. A mutual maintenance agreement between all parties involved for the drain and entrance improvements would also be established. The cost of document preparation of legal descriptions and attorney reviews shall be paid solely by the developer of the property. The adjoining property is master planned as commercial, and with the school district's cooperation, the objectives of the city's master plan can be achieved. Additionally, the development would increase the property tax base, providing a financial benefit to both the city and the school district. It is for these reasons that the parties named below respectively request that the school board approve a written acknowledgement that the Swartz Community Schools would approve the proposed changes on the attached informal drawing. I'm hoping tonight to get a resolution to accept that you would be in favor of the proposed changes shown on the attached informal drawing dated October 27th, 2025, subject to the school attorney's reviewing and approving of all easements and maintenance agreements with all costs to be paid by the developer. So I'm asking in essence that the developer of that property take over the maintenance and improvements to one of the entrances. Right now you have two of them to take care of. We would like to eliminate one and transfer that responsibility to the developer next door. Cage, of course, will always have the right to come in and out of that for their second or main entrance. And let's see, in regards to Ken Engel brought up at the building meeting, the possibility of the school having to pay for a traffic light. So I went to the city manager and he said the only time anything like that would be charged back to the school would be if they entered into an agreement asking for it. Typically the developer, we'd like to see a light there, but I don't know that there'd be enough traffic there. They think if somebody comes across the street, put in a big development like Menards or something that creates a whole bunch more traffic, then they might require a light there. But at no time would the school district be charged for that light, only if they agreed to it in writing prior to the light going in, Ken. So I hope that will satisfy that request. And then in regards to shelving this, I heard Ken say earlier to shelve and to get approval from the County Drain Commission. To get approval from the County Drain Commission, we have to submit the civil engineer drawings and the legal description and all the easement agreements to get their approval and to pay all that cost and then have the school board for whatever reason say, we don't think we're going to do it. So I'd like to get something in the affirmative that says subject to doing what we have here, that the school would approve those changes to the cage. And that's what I'm hoping for tonight, guys and gals.
Okay. Thank you all for your comments. Stay right there for a minute. I'll open it for discussion for any board members for questions or concerns amongst us, and then I'll direct them or Al can answer them directly while he's here.
Mr. Jory, we just spent a large amount of money to upgrade our parking lot and add spaces. And as I understand, we might lose some spaces in this endeavor.
No,
is that correct?
If you look at the drawing, our proposal would be to where the service drive is going to go to the adjoining property. There would be 4 parking spaces removed from there and then replaced over where your current exit, where your current entrance is now. Those 4 would be replaced there. The only asphalt that would be removed from the new asphalt put in, there is a strip that would be between that parking and the existing concrete approach. We'll have to take the concrete approach out also, but you won't lose any spaces. You'll still have the same number of parking. I know that parking is critical.
So if there's damage done to our brand new, beautiful parking lot, who's responsible for fixing that?
I'm sure that'll be in the agreements that your attorney can either draft them or the attorney can review them. However, the board likes to see that done. I would just assume, we can prepare them and have your attorneys take a look at them and decide if there's something lacking. But in there would certainly be the language that I had some attached to the building committee. I didn't want to bring that much stuff in front of you today, but in those agreements that I had for the building committee, it speaks of the responsibility of the city, should the city come in, because the city is also going to want approval. They're going to want to come in to that easement at the road. If somebody doesn't take care of it, they're going to do it and put it on the 2 properties' taxes. That'll be in the agreement. Same as if the retention pond's not maintained, they have the right to come in and maintain that and then put it on the taxes. But no, if there shouldn't be. I mean, there always is a chance there could be some damage to it, but whatever damage would be done, it would be repaired by the responsibility of the developer. And it should be in writing before you guys would grant anything like that to us.
Thank you. So it was mentioned at last month's meeting, if we have to your point, Carrie, like a warranty on this parking lot, and then we go and disrupt it, are we losing that warranty? Did anyone look into that? Did Bill look into that? Or
We just believe we have a year on it. I'm sorry.
so if we disturb that, though, do we lose our warranty if we disturb part of that? That's the question we need to ask. My other question is, it refers to the developer in here a couple of times in your letter. Who is the developer?
I don't know yet. I'd like to talk my son and son-in-law into the project, but they're a little iffy. We have 3 different national tenants talking, but I can't really nail anything down with them because the development's not possible without the drainage availability. And I initially thought that's all I would need until the city said, you got to put an entrance straight across from the Myers entrance, and then it puts it too close to the existing one at the cage. So that's why they want that one removed. So it adds a lot of cost to developing the property next door, but it's not going to get developed any other way without putting that entrance right across from Myers.
So we talked about the Drain Commission. What about the Road Commission? Has anyone talked to the Road Commission about that adjustment?
Just Drain Commission at this point.
Yeah, and that stays all within the city. It's in the city limit. The county, they throw me out of there. they say go to the city, DPW.
I'll add one quick thing. The 1-year warranty, by the time they get it started and developed, it's going to be well over the 1-year warranty. And I believe at the building committee, you assured us that any damage done to that one corner of the lot, you would repair. But you don't foresee working on it within 10, 12 months?
It'd be great if we could be in there next fall of 2026.
And when did we have that parking lot done again, Jim? It was finished in August of 25.
Finished recently.
Mm-hmm.
Just to answer the questions for the people on the warranty part of it.
Yeah. Since August, yes.
Yeah, so we would be clear of that, and that was Carrie's and Andrea's concern. But I don't want any damage done to our lot, and if it is, I'm sure it'll be on the agreement if we agree to it that the attorneys will review it, and you'll be responsible for any of that.
Certainly, yes.
Thank you.
Have the attorneys reviewed this yet? Like, has this gone to?
He can't do it. He can't spend the money till we get some type of at least an initial that we would be willing to let the easement go through for the water to our retention pond.
But does it need to go to Troon to look at before?
Oh yeah, I'll go with that before we do a final vote. He wants an initial ask. Yeah, I mean, I it's up to you guys. It's up for board discussion. I mean, does anybody have any hard questions? I mean, we just answered. I hope 2 of them on the parking lot. I don't know.
And if I may say something again, I always try to make a presentation as if I'm sitting on that side of the table too, guys. And I'm really asking you to spend less money for maintenance and get some money from the taxes from a new development.
Are you going to pay for our attorney costs? Is your developer going to pay for the attorney costs so that's not back on the taxpayers and us?
Right. That's what I hope is read into a resolution.
I mean, I would just feel better if I knew there was a purchase agreement on these, because it could be written in the purchase agreement that the easement is a potential possibility. And they could do it that way as well.
Yeah, the easement, that's where the developer, ourselves, or one other guy that's looking at it is just, he wants to be in control of the storm all the way out to that Coal Creek. So if something backs up, they're on the end of the line there. So because the property to the north of this has enough elevation to take any future development there, the water can go out to the storm drain at the road.
The one owned by Mr. Thompson?
What's that?
The property owned by Mr. Thompson?
No,
or
to
two
the north
properties?
of him, Connor, somebody, I'm not sure. I've
The
talked
house,
to Connor,
then.
but yeah, the
Okay.
house that's sitting there.
So do you have any interested developer? You said, I'm sorry, you did say a couple. But some people have backed out of this property in the past, have they not?
Yes, that's why Betty Shannon, I sold her that property when she wanted to put a house on it 30 some years ago. She's had several realtors. I see the signs come up and the signs go because they can't develop that property without a storm drain outlet. And when they called me about, we built in the last 2 years, we built 4 dollar stores. That's what they were proposed to put a dollar store in there. So I got the phone call from that. And it's just, they can't put it on just their property. It takes the Thompson. And I don't know that the dollar stores can afford the rent for what that land costs and develops. The 4 that I did do, I mean, it might be possible you could put a dollar store right in the middle of it and a couple higher pair tenants on each side of it. But that's all up in the air. I haven't even got a pretty picture to show the tenants or anybody yet because it's all smoke and mirrors until we know we can get a storm drain easement through the school. And actually, and even a proposed new approach to go in there, because of course they're going to want to be across the Myers. And that wasn't my ask. I would have moved it down farther to stay out of all that extra cost involved with getting the school district go along with it. But that's the city planner that wants that right across. And in the long run, it'll be better for whatever tenants go into if it is a little strip, could just be one. We got one medical place taking a look, but we're not pushing anything until, again, we know that there's no stoppers. And right now, that's a big stopper.
Just one more quick question. If the big thing is the easement for the water, and they dump water into our property, Al, and it goes into the creek that it's supposed to, who's going to do the maintenance on our stuff with the extra water coming on?
Yeah, all the way through. Those agreements will state that the developer wants the maintenance and the repairs of that storm system all the way to the Cold Creek.
I just don't want to incur any cost for the school or anything more. Okay, thank you. That's another question.
No, it's my intention to not cost the school district a dime. Hopefully, we can generate some income.
I guess I'd like to see a draft, like Whitney said, from the attorney. Like, I mean, I don't know if we were going to do this, and we were looking at a sketch drawn by hand, and not, no offense, but you know what I mean. We don't have anything legal of exactly what we're alluding to. What you're asking. I would like to see a little bit more definitive. Not it could be written, but if the lawyers think we could do this, what does that document really look like?
I can bring you the actual language because the language isn't too hard to put into it. It's the description of all the easements and the civil engineering drawings and profiles and everything. But yeah, we can come back with those agreements.
But who's going to maintain? You know, just see all of that up front, like the maintenance of it. I mean, I guess that's where I'm hesitant because I don't see a developer, right? So we're saying something. When we bought an easement, we as the school district bought an easement over off Linden Road to be able to access that property, right? So I guess that felt a little different because it was all the players were in no, right? We don't know who this developer is. I'm not saying anything against the developer, but we're looking at a lot of unknowns of, I don't know, I'd rather see a contract that said, even if it says developer A, I don't care who the developer is, but what are we really getting into here? This is kind of blind. Who's going to take care of what? You're telling us it could happen. If you could bring us, or if we can go to the lawyer, spend a couple of bucks, if we think we might want to do this, see that in writing. Who is going to maintain this? You know, property development over here. I don't know. I guess I'd like to see a little bit more definitive information.
That's what he's going to do, and then our attorney would have to approve it at his cost, and then we still could turn it down if it was detrimental to the school district.
Yes, I mean the school. I guess I was asking you. Well,
is that what you're saying?
Put a lot of confidence into your attorney, I guess, in this letter because they aren't going to ask you to sign anything that will put any liability back on the school.
That's all I ask. I don't mind having a couple new restaurants or something there. Maybe it'd be nice for the cage so kids could go there and eat and fun. But at the end of the day, as long as it doesn't put any burden back onto the district, and I don't think. So if we give an approval, I wish we had an attorney here, but if we give approval, if we did, it would still be up to us to give a final approval for it. So I think, is that what you're asking for, Al? Just to give something so we can move forward?
The last sentence on this letter with the subject to the school's attorney reviewing and approving all easements and maintenance agreements with all costs paid by the developer. I think that's as clear as I could put it. I mean, I know what Andrea's saying. Hey, if we have the actual language of that maintenance agreement.
I mean, I would even feel comfortable if it said we were giving it to Betty, right? I mean, if it said, hey, we're giving it to Betty, and then when Betty sells her property, it would transfer over because an easement forever stays with that property.
Correct.
And I guess that's where I'm just coming from. I don't care who develops it, but I care that it doesn't say anybody, just, hey, a future person's going to maintain this. If it said, hey, Betty's property ID is going to, and I guess that's maybe what I'm asking is maybe Betty needs to come in and ask us for the easement, and it gets attached to Betty's property. And then when Betty sells it, the easement goes with her property. Could we do that?
Yeah, we think Betty granted an easement to the original developer of that property. She brought the easement in and showed it to me because I had the mini storage next door at the time. And I said, yeah, they just want to run an 18-inch pipe back to the drain. Betty, go for it. I called her. She couldn't resurrect that. So whether we have to get to the people that built it first,
title work on
see if they can dig it out. Title work did not show a written easement. The county drain says we're not going to maintain it, so we don't care about an easement. It's a private drain maintained by them. So if we have to describe a new easement across the back of Betty's, if we can't resurrect the old one.
I mean, I would be okay with that. I think if it said, hey, we would like to attach it to this property. It's going to be maintained by Betty or future owners of this tax ID number that ends in 16, I think it was.
Yeah, right.
That would make me feel better, but we're just kind of saying hey, somebody somewhere is going to maintain this.
Well, the developer, whoever the developer is, and they would maintain it. Yes, they got to maintain it all the way across the back of Betty's property also. My job would be after you guys are, if hopefully approving with it, is try to dig up Betty's whole easement. And if not, then we have to describe a easement that takes in that 18-inch, I think it's an N12 pipe they took back there. There's plenty of capacity to take it. And the county's only going to approve our water to go into the school's drainage at no greater rate than it went in there before the previous developer pushed up all that berm to the north and stopped the water from going through there. So, and whether they tell us we got to do a 2-pond or whether they're going to let the school's pond be as one of the pond, I don't know until the civil engineer gets that done. But I just like to move it forward, and the attorneys will get a chance to review it. You guys will get a chance to review it. The attorneys don't find anything wrong with it. I'm hoping you guys would approve it. I think it's a win-win. I do. I think it's less maintenance for the school, and I don't see that property ever getting developed without it. They've tried several times, several different realtors, but I think our development experience and site contracting experience is what she needed, and the cooperation of the school. So, and yes, whatever developer, should that developer sell that project or sell the building, whatever, the maintenance agreement, it's always going to transfer with that sale.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you, Al.
Quick.
We'll make a decision. I'm sorry, Ken.
Real quick, let's keep this simple, and I'll be my charming self. So someone else's problem is going to become our problem. And with a maintenance agreement with the current person, they may not have any issues with it. But the next person, whether they would win or lose is irrelevant. They could challenge this in court and litigation and cost us money there. Of who and what really has to take care of what. Or if they file bankruptcy, where does this go with us? And I'm not disagreeing with the light. I can tell you, I watched the city in Clayton Township go back and forth over that traffic light that sits at the corner of Bristol and Morrish. And that was, like I said, that was a war, and everybody was going to have to get up off some money. So, depending on how this reads as far as the driveway, entry, exit, who's responsible for it, we don't know what's going in there. We suggested maybe a restaurant. We've also said a dollar store. I think you also said clinic.
Yeah.
So this whole conversation is a big what if.
It's a not if we don't get it.
Well, but again, that doesn't change our situation. That changes the people who's about to make money off land.
Yeah.
and make money off businesses. We're getting some money to retain a retention pond. We're not gonna go broke retaining a retention pond. So again, a bunch of these what ifs need to disappear because we have to look in the best interest of the district financially. And yes, all these things can come up. Anybody can challenge anybody in court.
Correct.
So to say something's just going to go on someone's taxes is like saying when I leave here, I go buy a lotto ticket, I'm going to win. Bet I don't.
Sure.
So my concern is this: some of these what ifs have to disappear. And so I mean, like right now, I don't even think we know what we're voting on. Besides, we're gonna talk about an entry, exit, and a retention bond.
Yeah, just that the drawing that I submitted to you guys, that you'd be in favor of an easement and an entrance, subject to the attorney's review of all the maintenance. In all my 50-some years of development, I've never saw anybody buy a piece of property that has a predetermined maintenance agreement ever contest that. I mean, like you say, anybody can sue for any reason, but I suppose that could be put in the language too. That may be something your attorney would catch in the future.
Once upon a time, someone probably didn't think there was going to be airplanes either.
We're gonna move on up from the board. Is there any? I don't think there's a flavor from what I'm seeing, but I'm going to let the board discuss it. Al, we're good. Thank you for your comments and your presentation. We're going to move on. And
yeah, I don't want to hold these people up any longer.
No, thank you, Al. I'm sure somebody will contact you. Mr. Kitchen will contact you if the board decides to make a motion on this particular item, or if they want more information, which that's, I think, the flavor of what's going on here.
Sure.
Thank you,
All right.
Al.
Thanks again for your time, guys.
Okay. Does anybody? I don't think there's any other discussion. Move on. Okay. Attorney Delaport. That was put on to see if one, what does he have left for business? We're no longer going to use him, I believe, if it's a board vote. And what business does he have left with us? And if it's critical that he continues on with whatever business we have left. And I think I'm going to address that question to Jim Kitchen.
Yes, he's currently in a property transfer trial that takes place December 18th. That's the only thing on his docket right now.
Okay. And that's the one that in Durand?
Yes.
Okay. Is he being used for anything else?
No.
Okay. And he was going to refer attorney for Jane.
That happened.
Okay. All right. So we're good. Does anybody have any question about if we're going to use Delaport or not?
So who is our alternative for employment law or anything like that? That's what he currently does. In addition to some other.
We have a huge attorney firm called Thrun Law that does it all. They have 47 attorneys on staff. And to use different attorneys and going back and forth, it was kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to say attorney shopping, but it was like he was, you could call him and you do things for free and not do things for free. And that's not professional for the district.
So, Jim, would Troon be able to represent us in something like we had last year with the tenure case?
Troon would be able to do that. Delaport has a record of success. At least for us. I'm sure Troon has a good success record also.
I thought he did a great job with that case last year. It was very intense.
Just the historical end of it. Delaport used to work for Troon when I was on the board the last go around, and he did stuff for us. So I'm sure when Mr. Delaport left, they hired someone to replace him. There would be someone that would do it. Again, I like Mr. Delaport. I'm very impressed with some of the things he's done for us. However, when he picked and chose of what services he was gonna do for free, not too many attorneys work for free, and that to me has a very, very bad look. And that was the part that I found disturbing. Was they should charge us something no matter what. And when you're doing stuff for free, it almost looks like a favor. And we don't need favors for this topic, but we don't need another favor for another, or a charge for another topic.
So, Ken, what you're saying is we should ask Mr. Delaport to go back through his records and bill us all the hours he spent for the tenure case, as an example, over a year of intense
He did charge us for the 10-year case.
No, he deducted $30,000 off of that. I'm just
I don't
saying
think
he's
anybody's
been.
recommending that we go back and pay him for past
No.
services. I think it's more of a
Well,
yeah.
There's an appearance of when this particular topic is going to get done for free and another topic we're going to get charged for. The man should not do anything for free. We should not, that it looks like a favor. And I don't know how that, I don't know, and I'd love to know how all that was negotiated. You know, hey dude, we need a freebie, man. Budget's tight. And I'm not saying you did that, Joe. But the point being is, from an appearance standpoint, we should pay our attorney for all topics and not do something for free. When you do something for free, it's a favor. It's a call. Hey, can you do? No, that's not a good appearance. That left a bad taste in my mouth.
Is there any motions on the floor for Attorney Teleport? Are we going to continue using him or not? That's the question.
Well, I'll make a motion that we no longer continue to use him.
There's a motion on the floor. No longer continue using Attorney Teleport. There's a second by Autumn Henry.
Are we going to condition that he completes the work for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You want to amend your motion?
Up to December 15th, isn't that one for the?
Do you want to second his
Yeah, I'll second
motion?
it. Yeah.
It's been motioned and seconded for an amendment. Discussion on the motion.
So what are we going to do when we get a case that Troon can't handle because it's outside of their area of expertise or they just don't have time?
Well, I
They've
met
offered
with,
to refer. Yeah, they've offered to refer because they met with us and they said that if they don't have the expertise, that they have a network of people they would refer to for investigations for other work capabilities. So yep, they have people they can help.
And then we were probably. Who did they meet with and when? Just say that.
They asked Chuck and I, as the president and vice president, to meet with them to just kind of make sure that we were familiar with what services they had available. And it was just kind of a introduction to their firm. Thanks.
any further discussion? Okay, the motion is to the motion is to no longer use Delaport except for the current land use that he's using in the Durand area. Is that the district? And I believe that was the motion in its entirety. So, Sue, please do roll call vote. What?
Carrie Germain,
No.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
No.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Wolgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Motion passes. Superintendent search process. Me and Carrie met with the the firm that we hired the other day, and we have another meeting with them tomorrow. And I told Carrie that she could go ahead and discuss this about some of the issues that some of the public brought up.
Thank you, Chuck. Yes, we've been meeting periodically, and I've been getting updates, as has Sue, for some of the communications. I just wanted to give you an update as the board. We currently have 8 applicants for our superintendent recruitment, 4 are in-state, 4 are out-of-state. The Ray and Associates folks have outreach to other potential candidates, and salary continues to be a barrier. The Ray consultants recommended a salary rate adjustment so that they can continue to actively recruit for the position. And we currently have it stated at $150,000 to $168,000. They are getting feedback that needs to move up to $168,000 to $182,000. Chuck and I have discussed this. We met with them. And Chuck, I don't know if you want to discuss that for a minute before we go forward.
Yeah, we had a lengthy conversation, me and Carrie did with them about 2 weeks ago. they were having a hard time finding candidates. I'm just going to echo what she said to move it along. I don't remember if the 168, I thought they were down a little lower, Carrie, maybe 164 to 180, and that we could have that large range if we found a qualified or a great candidate, that we could raise it up there. But that's the synopsis of it. It's basically the same thing as
Yes.
what Carrie was.
So the timeline is up for adjustment. I've included the document that you have, the second page, which is the original that we had agreed upon with all the strikeouts and adjustments for the time period, not just dates, but moving it into the future. Then that would take our 12/14/25 application deadline to 1/18/26. That would allow for some additional applicants, assuming we would adjust the salary, and it would also give people over the holidays to apply. They do have some candidates that they've outreached to that are not interested in going forward at the current salary, but they did indicate that these are people that, if they were to apply, we may find viable candidates in that pool. The timeline adjustment, as I mentioned, 12/14 to 1/18, and that would mean that the interviews have to be adjusted from January to February. So we have to think about this and actually make a decision tonight, because they have to be able to adjust their timelines and understand, what kind of applications they're going to get either between now and 12/14 or now and 1/18. And I think we would all agree we're looking for quality candidates, not just quantity. The interview questions need to be developed and finalized. They would work with us as a board. Currently, that's scheduled to occur on 1/5/26. I'm sorry, 26. I'm going to write that on checks forever. 1/25 instead of 1/26, and will need to occur on time. So if the salary range isn't increased, we have to work on questions right away. And all candidates need to be asked the same questions. If you as board members have questions, once we get their recommended list of questions, if you'd like to add to it, we still have to ask all candidates the same questions. Next, the confidentiality agreements. All board members need to sign the confidentiality agreement, or we will not be given the electronic applications and all of their documents in advance. We will have to meet in person with the consultants and review the hard copy applications, and they have said that meeting will last 5 to 6 hours or more. We need to discuss the reimbursement for candidate travel. It is an industry standard according to the consultants, and we should tonight be identifying a maximum reimbursement, and it is a small amount to pay to invest in attracting quality candidates. So with that, I'll send it back to you, Chuck.
Okay.
I have some questions.
Okay. Well, okay. You can have the
Yeah.
floor. Are you going to ask the
Okay.
question to Carrie, or is it
No,
a comment?
it's more so just discussion, or maybe a question, I guess. When we met with them, when we first discussed the salary range, didn't they say that we could add negotiable to the salary range? Meaning, when we narrow it down to our candidates, and we could make up our mind then, I guess, based on their credentials and their experience and what have you. I thought we could add that to maybe attract.
Right, but we're saying we're capping it at 168 as our cap right now, and they're suggesting we take it up to 182.
Yeah, but negotiable, that would mean that, that's
Right now,
I can't-
the recommendation is to adjust the salary range because we're unable to attract people or to convince people who have the credentials to actually apply because the salary range is not high enough.
Well, I was just wondering if that was a thing and how people felt about it, I guess. To say that we would negotiate that salary, it wasn't really putting a hard stop on it. That's how I interpreted it anyway, is that it kind of left the door open and they could come into the interview
I don't think they're going to waste some time if they want to make more than 168 because we're putting a stopper on it, saying we're only going to pay up to 168.
Well, what I
I
think
mean, so you're saying that they're looking at it as a candidate applying for a job. They're saying you're going to pay me between 168.
Doesn't mean hard stop. The contract will be negotiated, and there may be other bonuses factored into a contract.
Yeah.
But they won't even look at it.
Yeah, they
won't
said
even
that we
complete the application without an adjustment. Some of these folks are coming with significant years of experience.
Yeah.
And so I don't blame them. They have to uproot their family and or they've already, gone through that process.
Right, and that's why you would list it as negotiable, not like have a hard. I think that's the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't put that hard stop on it, and it. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We probably won't have anybody to negotiate with though. If we, I mean,
yeah.
If we stop it at this thing, at this certain, and say, well, we'll negotiate with you, but by that time, some of them might be not interested. I was, just my.
I think I heard that, and I'm not going to speak for all of them, but we could go over 168 based on credentials, but I don't mind raising it a little bit to attract somebody because they may think that's the max they could get. And I'm all for negotiating depending on the candidate's qualities, qualifications, and what he can do for our district. He or she, I should say. He or she.
I'm just curious, why do we have to move both numbers? Why don't we just make it 150 to 182?
Well, I think that's what I had said in the meeting, like, be able to start, it's 160 to 180, whatever it was, but it's schematics. We could do that. I mean, if that's a compromise for the board, I think that's a compromise because, but they may look at 150, Jenny, and say, oh, I don't even want to deal with that and move it. And we're not saying somebody moved. We actually had 4 candidates that were in Michigan, or 3 were in Michigan. 1 was close by in Ohio, Indiana, and the other 4 were out of state. And some of the hang-up was the pay. So, I don't mind saying 160 to 182 and then let the board make the ultimate decision on when we see the candidates, what we want to give he or she that kind of money based on their credentials. How many jobs have they had? How much experience they have? I think that's open for this board. I don't think that none of us would say no to that. It's just how you pay for an athletic player, at the pro sports. You pay for what you get. So I don't have a problem with raising it a little bit. So that's my 2 cents on it. Let's move on.
So I would also say, honestly, if we're looking to attract people and we're thinking that it's probably kind of negotiable, the top number isn't a guarantee of anything either. So
Correct.
Is that an appropriate top number, or should we be looking at a higher top number to get more interest? And again, if we're wowed by the candidate, if we feel that they deserve that pay based on their experience,
we could go higher technically.
Yeah. So
we
why
just wouldn't advertise it, right?
Well,
is that allowed?
Just because you could put so let's say we make it 200,000, we make it from 160 to 200,000. That's nobody's going to look at that and say, yes, I'm absolutely going to get the top of that. Nobody just starting out. Obviously, somebody with a lot of experience who is used to being at the top of the range might look at the top of the range and expect something like that. But just anybody just looking at the listing isn't going to automatically assume they're going to get the top. If we would consider a little bit higher for somebody who is very qualified, who is a very good fit.
Okay.
I'm wondering why we would, put the top limit so low.
And typically, Jenny, in the contract negotiations, there may be the request by the candidate for an annuity to be included, and then it might be interested, depending on where they are in their career and life. Life insurance or tuition reimbursement or those types of things can come into play.
Yeah, and that's all just part of the negotiations.
I think we need to go back and consider. Sorry, Ken.
Just real quick. So if we're trying to attract a very qualified candidate, what are we going to deem as a highly qualified candidate? Seniority, time in service, where they work, doctorate degree, correct? Anything else? So if we're going to do this, let's put a clause in there. You don't go over this dollar value without a doctorate degree. if that's what we're deeming as qualifications, what makes a highly qualified superintendent?
For me, how they measure.
Well, I mean, I don't mind measuring it. I don't mind raising it. But if we're going to raise it, and we keep talking about, well, we're not drawing the highly qualified candidate. What is that? What exactly is that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you got that pro athlete, since someone wanted to use that analogy, they got a real fast 40, got a high vertical jump. They won the Heisman Trophy. What's this?
Mm-hmm.
Time and grade, doctorate degree, education in general. So if that's what we're going to use as a measuring stick, let's attach a dollar value to the measuring stick.
What?
Go ahead.
So you want? Oh, go ahead.
No, it's Autumn's turn.
No, you go. Andrea was late for
Okay,
him.
go ahead.
I was just going to say. So do you want to draw a line in the sand and say like it over 180 has to be a doctorate, and we may go up to 200 for that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, we talked about highly qualified. Let's first establish, what does everybody up here say is highly qualified?
I would have to look at their evaluations.
You know, and I'm
like,
just so the public knows this, and this is where I get a little upset. Just so the public knows this. This is the same firm, and when I talked to the lady on the phone, I said, we owe each other an apology. I said, I put you in the wrong town or the wrong state. But I said, you still recommended a guy that just got canned for not being a U.S. citizen, among other things, in Iowa, except they recommended him in Pennsylvania when he was hired there. So this is where I have a little bit of suspicion. Oh, the gentleman that got fired out in Iowa, Ian, research it, watch whatever you want to watch or read on it. Good read. If you want, I can share it with you. They recommended this same man. And when I asked this question, and each one of you in here has filled out an application, I said, you didn't put on an application? Are you a U.S. citizen? That's one of the basic questions on an application. Are you a U.S. citizen? Not unreasonable. I'm not saying it should keep you from getting hired or not, but it's a fair question. Well, we can't ask that. We ask people if they have. We ask them all kinds of questions on applications. So, again, what is your definition of a qualified candidate? A highly qualified candidate. We keep talking about it. They're talking about it. But no one has defined it.
Right.
Define it.
I think maybe we need to see our candidates first.
Correct.
And then we can decide which
Correct.
ones are highly qualified and which ones aren't, because we don't have that information right now.
And right now, there are several that they would recommend and have tried to outreach and get to apply, and they won't because the salary is just not. In at least one of the cases, they would be taking a significant pay cut to come to this district, although they are interested.
Well, that's still the same question, though. How do we know that those ones aren't as qualified as the ones not applying because of our salary base? Just because they'll accept less money for the job, I guess?
Because we've entrusted these folks who do this for a living.
I'm sorry. I know it's not public comment time, but you guys, you have all been talking to each other. No one has looked at the superintendent sitting right here or the assistant superintendent and said, what do you think is a qualified candidate? And would you...
I know. With respect to the board, this is what we're trying to tell you. No.
Yeah,
Thank you. Board.
We have discussion on it, please. I know you're a nice man from what I saw. Question, and what would the board like to do?
Well, I would like to not even go with this firm. But that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, well, we can't, we're not there.
I know.
The question is,
I know.
The question is, Ms. Germain asked, if we could raise the fee. And Kara, if you want to make a motion and there's support,
I would like to make a motion that the board adjust their salary range to $168,000 to $182,000.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
motion. Okay, hold on. The motion's made from 168 to 182. I'm sorry, Carrie, and that's the motion to raise that salary. Is there any? Kim seconded the motion. Is there any more discussion on that motion?
Yeah, I don't think that's high enough. I mean, I don't want to be coming back here next month and raising it up to 191. So I would rather, if we're going to sit here and make a change to it, obviously it's not a guarantee that that we're going to pay. I say we put it up to 200,000.
This is the base salary.
I agree.
But again, but we're not telling
Discussion on
anybody
the
that
motion.
we're awarding.
But it's discussion on the motion. So
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a motion.
okay.
Hold on. You guys got to follow the rules.
Well, yeah,
So there's a motion.
I would like.
If-
I would ask for an amendment for the motion to go to 200 instead of the 180.
Okay. Would you be willing to
200,000.
remove the second?
I didn't. Kim did.
I'm sorry. Would you be willing to remove the second? So the amended motion.
200.
Ms. Winters, any more discussion on that?
I have a quick question. Do you need to vote on the new timeline also?
No, we're going to do it this separate because this is such an argument that let's just move on and do one section at a time, Sue, I think.
Will actually naturally move forward. Okay. Unless anybody has.
We're doing the one thing because I can see it's going to be I want to move it on. So we have a motion on the floor, seconded by Ms. Winters from 168 to $200,000 pay range for superintendent as recommended. Please roll call vote, Sue.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Andrea Fick? Yes. 7 yes.
Thank you, everybody.
The motion passes. Now we'll go on to the second part of it. Carrie, go ahead with the time frame.
Okay, so the time frame will go from the application deadline of 12/14 to 1/18, moving it more than a month. That will allow the applicants to apply over the holidays and will also, according to the consultants who are the experts at this, we will get additional applications based on the adjustment.
So the dates were again, please.
12/14 is the current application deadline, and they would like to adjust it to 1/18.
Okay. Discussion? No discussion. Is there a motion on that?
Going to push us back for like that June time.
No, shouldn't.
Okay.
No.
Then
I move, yes, so moved.
okay, support.
I move that we adjust the timeline from December 14th, 25 for application deadlines to be extended into January 18th of 2026.
Support.
Support. So there's a motion by Andrea Fick to extend the timeline from December 14th, 2025 to January 18th, 2026 for the deadline for superintendent. It was supported by Autumn Henry. Any further discussion on the motion? No further discussion. Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Andrea Fick? Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll go to the next item.
So, are we safe to assume that we adjust the applications for interviews will also naturally go from January to February? Okay. Okay, no objection there. The follow adjustment for the need to all be signed or with the consultants to review the copies, and that will be at least a 5 to 6 hour meeting. That's just an encouragement for everyone to sign your confidentiality agreements. People don't want their employers or others to know that they've applied for the job until after we've chosen them as a candidate. So, and finally, we need to discuss the reimbursement for candidate travel expenses. And I would like to encourage everyone to consider this. It's a very small price to pay to encourage folks.
Okay, are you making that a motion or? Are you... For travel expenditures. Is there a second for that motion?
Support.
Support by Carrie. Discussion.
Give us.
Yes.
The four candidates after we've reviewed them. That's not dictated. That's just their experience.
I would probably want to put a cap on it, just say like maybe max of $10,000 or something. Like I would recommend putting a cap.
That's your discussion.
I will.
Yeah.
Is there any other part of that? Is 1,000 enough? Does anyone disagree with that amount? I will amend my motion. Go ahead, Kim.
I was just going to say, I don't agree with this at all, but I will go along with capping it at $1,000.
10,000, you mean?
Well, if we have 10 candidates.
Okay. So I will amend.
But I don't think that's going to happen anyway.
So could I make a slight adjustment? I'm sorry, up to $1,000 because we'll have some people possibly coming from out of state who their travel may be more expensive, and then those folks that are in state who may apply. So do you want to say up to $1,000 per person?
If she wants to amend her motion and then you back off the second. Go ahead. She was going to amend it.
Yeah, amend my motion that we will do up to a $1,000 reimbursement for travel and lodging expenses. I'm waiting for Kim to write all this down. Sue, sorry. The maximum payout of $10,000.
Maximum reimbursements is what.
Maximum
For
reimbursement.
total. I'm not trying to correct your
That's
motion,
okay.
so
No,
go ahead and
that's
say
okay.
it. Go ahead and say it.
Again? You want to read it back, Sue, and tell us what you have? Sorry.
Yes, you guys are willing to go up to $1,000 per person reimbursement for travel and lodging, up to a maximum of $10,000.
A maximum reimbursement.
Reimbursement.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
You're talking maximum reimbursement per person.
No, all the candidates. So if we had 10 candidates, each get 1,000. Our max is 10,000.
Okay, but nobody's getting $10,000.
No.
Okay.
The maximum. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The maximum reimbursement is up to $1,000 per candidate. Would you like me to say that?
Motion's on the floor. If you want to amend it and Carrie withdraw it.
I'll amend that we add per candidate to that $1,000, Sue.
I thought I said that, but I said per person, per candidate.
I thought so. Okay.
No, the point of order was that it's a $10,000 max for all candidates. You know,
$10,000 max for all candidates. I'll add that.
Yes, that way. Yes. So there's a motion on the floor to pay $1,000 for reimbursement for travel for per candidate and up to $10,000 max in totality for all the candidates. It was seconded by Perry. Is that true?
I don't think anybody seconded it. Yeah.
Not this.
I'm sorry.
This one.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought Carrie.
I'll support that.
There's support for that motion. I'll repeat the motion. $1,000 per candidate, up to $1,000 per candidate, $10,000 maximum. But I guess you could do 10 candidates up to that. And that's motion's been seconded by Mr. Maine. Roll call vote, Sue.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Jenny Walgans?
Yes.
Barry Jermaine?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everybody for your indulgence, and I will point out the timeline that's been adjusted. And that should reflect what we've discussed here tonight. So, Sue, will you did you send these out before? The appointment?
Yeah. Yes, I will.
So you can
I will make sure
update
the
how
dates
they-
are all correct.
Thank you so much.
The January dates that you guys have, I will be getting rid of.
Thank you. And thanks everybody. We are meeting at 8 o'clock, and we will give them an update.
$7.95. They give you 3 hours. Talked to is a former superintendent at 4 districts, and he had basically $35, $45 the first year, and $3,500 thereafter, along with $7.95. I didn't want to versus now, and we could cut down on some of our meetings, and I researched it, and he was nice enough to verify it. Neola is used in every district in Genesee County of Swartz Creek.
So
I'd like
annual cost is $4,340.
basically if you do the digital maintenance too, which I suggest we do that.
What do we pay for? No,
You would know. You do policies and
I don't know
procedures
what we
there.
pay them.
I don't
I know
know.
what we pay them.
Jim,
Like-
do you know what the bill is for that roughly?
No, I can get that for you though.
Okay.
Why did we switch anyway? Does anybody?
Troon is our law firm, and going by the policy that they're defending made good sense.
I mean, why did we switch to Troon from Neola?
Because Troon is our law firm, and we wanted to go with their product because they defend it.
Okay, I guess I'm confused because I thought Neola was our law firm at one time. I guess.
No, they just oversee the policy. I think.
I can explain it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Neola is used by every district, is what they told me, and I would say, well, all the public districts. I can't vouch for the other districts. Neola was much more thorough if you were here before 7 or 8 years ago. And talking to them, I don't know if that's quite true, but Troon represents 5 or 6 other districts in Genesee County, and they represent Neola there, so it's not going to be a problem if we switch to Neola, because Troon will do it. I know it's their product. Me and Jenny had a meeting with them, and I asked them about their policies, and I don't want to say exactly what he said, but they like a little gray area so they can wiggle around, and I don't care for that. I want black and white with just a little bit of gray versus a lot of gray and a little black and white. So, I mean, it's up for discussion for the board. That was my research on it. Unfortunately, I only got the price today, and I can pass it down to everybody, but this is what I got after.
I think black and white is good. We had the gray areas are just they're too gray. You can go either way on some stuff.
Yeah.
So if you have a black and white policy, it's clear for everybody.
Yeah. But aren't the gray areas where we get the option to choose A or B? Like we get to go through policy and we get to choose. Isn't that what the gray areas? And then we make it a policy. Dave?
I think they're right. I mean, Troon is broad. They leave it broad on purpose because there are so many variables in educational settings. So it's a benefit. With Troon, so it's not a total a loss. I think it's a benefit to Troon, especially with Troon defending the gray area. Troon is more broad. Decision. We've all got. I can have experience, but if you don't mind me, I really don't have a preference. I like some things about Neola. I like some things about Troon. I really don't have a preference, honestly. I know that readopting Neola policy will take some time. I wrote down quarterly policy meetings. I'd like to hear more about that because it does take time to adopt policy. Even if we're just going back, there's new stuff since we had Neola, but
it would be an updated, I might clarify that, it would be the updated 2025 package in line with all the other school districts in the community, and GISD currently uses it. So we're the only district, as I said, that uses Troon.
And the argument that Troon represents us, didn't we just have a discussion about Delaware representing us? So he's not Troon.
That's true.
That argument really doesn't hold a lot of water. If we're hiring outside, it's not part of Troon.
Well, we can put it off to next month, or we can do whatever you guys want.
I'll make a motion to change the Neola.
For support.
There's a motion by Ken Engel. Procedures with support from Henry. Discussion on the motion. No discussion on the motion?
I have some questions or maybe comments. Is it possible to get some procedures or resurrect a couple that we have to do the process? Because that's what we have to do to make sure we have all of our policies covered, and it would give everybody a visual sense of what we're changing to. And it does take a while to migrate from one to the other. As I recall, it took us about a year and a half last time to migrate. So would it be possible to do a comparison or just to get people an idea of what that looks like?
I think it's possible, but there's a motion on the floor.
Well, that was my comment and question.
Yeah, that's it. That's fine, Carrie.
Yeah.
No other discussion? Roll call votes.
Jenny Walgast.
I'll say yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
No.
Carrie Germain.
No.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion passes. Jim, I'll put you in contact with the gentleman. He says he knows you. You know who he is, Wayne? Yeah, he says he knows you well. Okay, next one. Board meeting calendars. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. You okay? He's okay. Because he's okay. Okay, board meeting calendars. Jim?
This isn't my topic, but I know, I think we wanted to have a conversation about possible restructuring in January, maybe do 2 board meetings instead of committees.
Yeah, I put it on, but I didn't know how, if we could do it. We used to do it before.
Yeah, I think for this board, it would work better that we have a work session and then an action.
So, okay, I put it on, but I don't know what the flavor is. I don't know. Jim, we talked about it just very briefly, just for the next several months to catch up on work and take care of business. So the meetings aren't so long.
So Sue, could you put together a calendar for us next week like you did last year?
It's the organizational meeting in January. But yes, I can do that, and I can put it on the board document, the board docs, so everybody could go on there and take a look and see what it would look like.
And then in January, we can make a decision. Go 2 Wednesdays a month, maybe.
Yes.
And maybe get rid of some of the committee meetings and put them on the actual.
That's what I would do. Correct?
Yes.
Get rid. Okay, so would you want to go like a week in between?
Yes, please.
Just a little clarity.
Yep. No, that's fine. Yeah, not back to back. Just 2 Wednesdays. Give us a heads up. I wanted to make sure the board was. I don't hear any opposition.
Obviously.
Discussion. I'm going to leave that alone right now for our attorneys. I'll be discussing with them, bring it back to you guys. No decision would be made without board approval.
What were the Open Meeting Act issues?
There are several that Josh Davis submitted to me, and he says they haven't been addressed yet.
Send me a copy of that, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. And there's like 8 of them, so I think I need to look at them. There wasn't some response to some of them, so I'm going to respond and with at least ask them and then bring it back to the board and see what you guys would like to do. All right? Yeah, you can have a copy of it, absolutely. Next thing, we'll go on to board action items. Approval of overnight field trip.
About the security that we approved.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot H. Yeah, and I put it on there. Real quick, we have money in our 31 AA money. A money. Can I say triple A or double A? Single A. Single A. And at the finance meeting, I don't want to say the exact amount, but there was enough to hire 5 security personnel at our elementary schools. We currently have a police officer at middle school, a police officer at the high school. Nothing's going on, but I don't want nothing going on. And for the safety and security of our buildings, we have the money. I think it would be wise for us to at least hire, and I'm not going to say this, whatever company, but like Premier or whatever company. So pick a company. It's going to cost anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 a year. Most of them are retired police officers as armed security. I also brought up to Jamie and Jim that they could look into it along with Dave Simonson into maybe just hiring 5 of our own, maybe find 5 retired police officers that are qualified, put them in the buildings. They'll be there when the building door opens, when the building door closes for security. Not that anything's going to happen, but I don't want anything happening. And I pushed to have a 3rd police officer, and the 3rd police officer isn't on board yet, which will be a floater, and that comes from our 31 single A money. I always want to say double A. And so, okay with that, to research that, guys, and get back with you next month on that, because I wasn't able to get all the prices yet. And it's going to take a little bit more work to see if we need to pay benefits, which we probably want with retired personnel or retired military. Yeah.
Chuck, can I include a definition of 31 AA money, and if that is reliable every year, or is that?
I asked Jamie that question, and she said it was been replenished every year. So if it doesn't get replenished, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. Okay. If it doesn't get replenished, then we'll look at it that year then if we have to pull it out of the general budget or if we don't have money to do it or take from something else. But I think it's important. It's been a pet peeve of mine for about 4 or 5 years. I pushed for more police officers. We started out with 1. We're now at 3, and I think that's plenty. We may even cut back 1 officer because we have 1 at high school, 1 at middle school, 5 security personnel, and the officers need to do the complaints at the high school and middle school. 5th graders aren't really committing any crimes. It's just to prevent somebody from getting in the building. Okay, is everybody in flavor of that?
I have one question.
Yes.
So this security, this person would stay in the building the whole day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're in a blazer, they're in a polo shirt, they're armed, and they have first aid training, which I know most of our teachers do. We've been very good at that, and a lot of our personnel. And AED, CPR, stop the bleed, and we got some schools, Deke, Gaines. Nobody's going to get out there quick. And if something does happen, God forbid, I want somebody out there.
Yeah.
That's all. I think we can afford to spend that money and be done with it. Okay?
I like the idea.
So they'll get the research on it. Me, Jim, and Dave will work on it and have a proposal for next month. Okay, everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to move it. We have a 3-minute bathroom break. So
Yeah.
board members can take a quick bathroom break. And I know you guys can go at any time, but we don't want to interrupt the meeting to go to the bathroom in 3 minutes.
Is there a flavor for a 3-minute bathroom break?
Yes.
Okay. Ace. Yeah, that's who you do it. I'm sorry.
Ben, where's Ben at? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll take you out, girl.
9:54. Now let me get back to my agenda. Approval of overnight trips.
Support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Support.
There's so I don't even have to say anything. Good.
No,
I think we're good.
We've seen it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Listen, we know what this is.
No, please, just give a brief description so they know. And we know they're going to Stanford, right? No, this is the other one. I'm sorry.
Student council. They do it every year.
Yes.
I'm student council. Mrs. Runkle is Stanford. So.
Okay.
So you want to hear from Stanford?
It says on the thing.
No, first her. And then
So go ahead. Okay, so my request is to take our student council to the leadership conference, February 21st through the 23rd. This will be my third year attending. First year I was a chaperone, and then Mrs. Damon handed over student council to myself and Mrs. Mitchell. So we've been able to attend with our students the last 2 years. And we are interested in taking a group of 20 to 24 kids, and it builds engagement and commitment to student leadership in our building, and we just want to have a positive culture with our kids.
I move you get to go.
Support.
we'll do it we'll do them all as one together later if that's okay. It'll be quick.
Are they in?
Yeah, it's all in there. Yeah, we just
Okay,
thank
never
you.
mind.
Yep, thank you.
I'm trying to get you out of here.
I am Jill Runkle, and I'm here to ask for your support in taking a student to Stanford. It's fully funded through the ISD, and there's going to be a couple of districts joining us with students talking about data science that we did last year.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
No, thank you for doing that, and congratulations for being invited.
Thank you.
Yes. Approval of high school bid awards.
Wait, we got to vote on.
You got to vote on the trip.
We have a motion and a second.
So I move that we allow both field trips.
Wait, hold on.
I'm motioning and seconding very fast.
Hold on, just hold it there.
But who motioned? Who seconded?
I motioned that we approve both field trips.
And I seconded.
Seconded by Carrie.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion by Andre, second by Carrie, to approve both. One's an overnight trip, and the other one's with a large group of people. You want me to read them as board action items too? You ready? They're going to go. Yep. Okay. First one: approve overnight trip. Be resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the overnight trip to the Student Council State Conference in Grand Rapids from February 21st, 2026 to February 23rd, 2026. And the next one is, I don't know if we should do them separate, but okay. The next one will be approval of an overnight field trip. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the overnight field trip for Swartz Creek High School student. Help me pronounce that. Tyrese Watkins and math teacher Jill Runkle to join other districts from Genesee County through the GISD to attend the UCube Leadership Summit in Stanford, California at Stanford University. Swartz Creek schools will front the funds and will be reimbursed by the GSAD. These dates are January 21st, 2026 through January 24th, 2026. Go ahead and do roll call, Sue, please.
Jenny Walgast? Yes. Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Chuck Malcolm?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Harry Germain?
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay. Next board action item, approval of high school bid awards.
So moved.
There's been a motion by Carrie Germain to accept it. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, was that Jenny?
Yep.
Jenny Walgast. Any discussion on the item?
No.
None? Okay.
Have we hired any of these companies before? Does anybody know off the top of their head?
No, we have Sydney here. I'm not sure if we've heard any of those before.
Suzanne's here. Suzanne, would you please come to the podium real quickly? And
Sorry.
the question, Suzanne, was?
Have we?
Specifically, I don't know. I don't have the list in front of me, but I know that they've been vetted. We did post-bid interviews with all of them, and AUK has worked with each of the successful bidders in the past.
Okay.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any more discussion on this? Okay. Approval of high school bid awards. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the following recommended contractors: Blue Star Inc., Davenport Masonry Inc., Wally Kukowski and Company.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I'll
whatever.
give you a thumbs up for everyone that we've worked with before.
Yeah. Division 7 Building Contractors, Inc. Architectural Glazing System, Inc. Diversified Construction Specialist, Inc. Omega Floors, Inc. Concrete Floor, Inc. Stephen Brothers Painting, R.E. Leggett Company, Simmons Building Specialist, LLC. Associate Controls and Design, C&M Associates, J&M and Sons Plumbing Company, Advantage Mechanical Group, RC Electrical Contracting, and R&R Asphalt for the high school renovation project with a total project cost not to exceed $5,130,000, $927.32. And this will be to be funded from the 2025 funds as presented. Bond funds. Roll call vote, Sue, and this has been discussed before for the ladies and gentlemen in the public on a couple of occasions and been vetted through building committees.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
7 yes.
I'm sorry, Sue, I couldn't hear.
7 yes.
7 yes, thank you. Next one, item C, approval of middle school bid awards. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School, I'm sorry, is there a motion?
All motion.
There's been a motion,
Second.
been seconded by Andrea. I'll read the motion, which everybody has in front of them. Item C, approval of middle school bid awards. I'm sorry. I was going to read it and then have to discuss it. Yep. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the following recommended contractors: J. Perez Construction, Inc., DSP Constructions, Extreme Mason Constructors, once again, Wally Klosarski and Company, Great Lakes Systems, Rochester Hills Contract, Glazing Integrity Interiors, DF Floor Covering, Concrete Floor Treatment, Inc., Mid-Michigan Pride Painting, R.E. Leggett Company, C&M Associates, Mills Mechanical, Mills Mechanical. Next one's Platinum Mechanical Contractors, Inc., Goyette Mechanical Company, Inc., and Asphalt Specialist, LLC, for the middle school renovation project with a total project cost not to exceed $4,704,015.94 to be funded by the 2025 bond funds as presented. I did it backwards, but go ahead. Any discussion? Trying to get through it.
No.
I don't think there would be. They've been vetted. We talked about this at building committee, and we made sure that it was tightened up what you would like last month. So we good. Okay. Roll call vote, Sue.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
7 yes.
Vote passes. Motion passes. Okay, next one. I'll let you go ahead and motion it. D. I'm going to let you. I'm going to go backwards now because you.
For the high school, middle school moving in PAC
Yes.
AV bid approval, I move that we approve that.
Support.
Motion been made by Ms. Fick and
Support.
supported by Carrie Germain. Any discussion? Approval of PAC AVHS MS Moving. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approve the following recommended contractors: Advanced Lighting and Sound, Powell Relocating Group for the PAC AVHS and MS Moving project with a total project cost not to exceed $415,680 to be funded from the 2025 bond funds as presented. Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay.
I move that we approve the curriculum director, specialist, grant coordinator position.
Support.
Thank you.
Motion on the floor to approve the curriculum department specialist grant coordinator. It's seconded by Carrie Germain. Discussion on the motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You want the floor? Go ahead.
Yeah. I thought we weren't gonna call it a grant coordinator.
It's a curriculum department specialist / grant
Right.
coordinator. That's
Yeah,
the whole
but
position.
I thought that the grant coordinator job duties were going to be put in the job description. I didn't think that. I mean, I'll approve a curriculum department specialist,
We can remove that title for sure. They will be working with grants, but we can remove grant coordinator title off of there.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, it seems.
Okay,
cheap, but
there's discussion on it. There was a suggestion by Superintendent Mr. Kitchen. Board comment on that. Ken, you kind of spearheaded this with Michelle and me talked to her. So
Again, keep this really simple. She needs an assistant.
Okay.
If it means taking the grant coordinator out of there and making that part of that individual's duties, remove it. You got a title.
So we need an amendment to the motion or withdraw the motion and then restate it.
I will amend my motion that we approve a position for curriculum department specialist.
And Carrie, do you take your second back
Yes.
and re-second it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not speaking for you, but is that what you said?
She said yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion on that? None? Approval? I'm sorry, Ken, was there discussion?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think that we.
I didn't know. Approval of curriculum department specialist. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the position. It says grant at the end. The position of curriculum department specialist / grant coordinator is presented.
You can just say no. You don't want to
Take it off. Don't
I'll
say
take it off.
Take
All right. So I'm okay to take the grant part
crossed
off.
that out.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
As
okay.
presented.
I didn't say it on both parts. Okay. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the position of curriculum department specialist. Roll call vote, Sue.
Ken Engel,
Absolutely.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Wogas,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Congratulations, Michelle. Start looking. You've been wanting it. You got it. Okay. Next one is F. Maybe you want to handle this one?
Anybody have any questions on the Through Policy Guide update? This is our second read that we're voting into policy.
Could point you to page 4 real quick. This is the change that I needed Sue to make last month. That it was my fault. I had given her the wrong dates, but it's the 4th page of the handout you've got in front of you. We changed the dates from January 1st to July 1st and made the year start July 1st to June 30th for assigning new accruals or starting over accruals for people earned sick time, which is the new ESTA law. That was the changes we had to make last week. Otherwise, you've seen the same thing. I think this is your 3rd time.
Yeah. Thank you. I move we adopt these policies.
So moved.
Motion made by Andrea Fick, supported by Carrie Germain to approve the second read. Any discussion on the motion? Further? No discussion? Okay. Approval of second read, approval of policy 3209 and through policy and update October 10, 2025. Be resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the policy 3209 changes and the through policy updates from October 10th, 2025 is presented to the board. Roll call vote. Please, Sue.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Jenny Wogas,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
7 yes.
I move that we move item G to next month so we all have a chance to look at this. We just got this tonight. Can we look it over and kind of just before we make it policy?
I would second that because I didn't get a chance to look at it very well either.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a problem with it. I just like to read them and.
Yeah, it's a simplified. I gave it to Sue, but I don't know if she passed it on or didn't have time to. I only passed it on to you on Monday.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
Yeah.
in the board docs.
It is in the board docs, yes. I thought it was. Did we talk about it Friday or Monday? I don't remember. It was a one-page, it's basically a one-page document. But that's okay. I don't have problems with it. I wanted this on our agenda so
I can look
we
it
can
up.
get stuff like this moving smooth for the public and us. So is there a motion to move it to January? It was seconded by who? Okay. And it was this to be resolved, Swartz Creek Community School would do the Robert's Rules of Order simplified version. Good. Okay, now we're to public comments. I'm sorry. It was
We
a
need to
long.
vote on that.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the public.
That's right. Okay, so moving it
To next month.
January, so
Yes.
tabling it basically
Yes.
to January.
Thank you.
Okay,
It's a postponement. We don't know the date in January yet.
table.
So we're going to table that. It was motioned by Andrea, and seconded once again by Jenny.
Ken
So,
Abel.
okay.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Jenny
Mo-
Wargast.
Yes.
Motion passes to be put off to next month. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to get to public comments. Okay, public comments. Anybody that would like to stand up, you have 3 minutes, and it's non-agenda specific. Or it can be about anything. So. Please state your name, and they'll put you on the timer. Thank you.
Yep. My name's Charlotte Hildebrand. I live in Gaines Township. 3 kids that graduated 2020, 2023, and a senior this year. I'd like to talk on 2 points quickly. I am a school of choicer. I'm from my district is Durand, but chose to come to Swartz Creek. Probably did that a long time ago, and I have volunteered much of my time to this district in all avenues. PTO president at Gaines for multiple years. I ran the youth cheer program and was on the board. I coached middle school cheer. I am currently the high school athletic boosters president and have been on that board for 7 years. Once again, I am not a Swartz Creek district president, but I am a school choicer. So given much of my time to this community. So it kind of breaks my heart to hear that maybe you want to cut or get rid of school of choicers, because that would be me and my family. So I did say that I coach sports, so I will talk on that subject as well. I was a middle school cheer coach, both sideline competitive for many years. Did not make cuts at the sideline level because wanted to give those kids opportunities. However, I did make cuts at the middle school level for competitive cheer. Safety issues. I also had kids that if they were on the team and didn't go in the rounds, they interrupted my practices. I had sent videos to their parents to show them why their kids were not on the mat. And it was disruptive to the team as a whole. And as I said, then there's safety risks. I held tryouts and not necessarily went by the scorecards because I might have needed a base or a flyer or, a back in that. So it wasn't definitive on the scorecards. They might have, done well, but I might not have needed that position. I have had kids in most programs at Swartz Creek, the theater program, the music program, and all the sports programs. I have coached both at Carmen Ainsworth and Creek. My husband has been a coach at Swartz Creek as well. And I have had kids that have made the varsity teams, and I've had kids who have been cut from the varsity teams. So I see both sides. However, as coaches, we have to have the right to decide who we put on our teams because we are the ones who are governing those kids and who are teaching those kids and who are guiding those kids. And I don't think that should come from a board of education to say to fill the roster, because sometimes you just can't fill the roster. You're looking for certain positions and certain athletes, and you're opening a can of worms when you're saying to fill all that, because what about theater? And what about madrigals? There are tryouts. That's our life. And life is full of disappointments. And it's a character building experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm back. This time more composed. It is very telling that you guys spent more time tonight discussing an easement of a property than we did discussing the reconfiguration of our K-5 buildings. Before you voted to make sweeping changes. That is very telling. What it tells me is that you placed more of a focus on a piece of property than you did on every single student in our K-5 buildings. We as a staff have spent the last 4 years focusing on collective efficacy, and I know not everyone knows what that means, but I'll try to explain it. The definition of collective efficacy is a group shared belief in the conjoint capabilities to organize and execute the courses of action required to produce given levels of attainment. And all of us in this room are working towards increasing student achievement and producing well-rounded citizens. The effect size for collective teacher efficacy is 1.57, which is considered very large and indicates it is the most significant factor influencing student achievement. According to John Hattie's research, the effect size is significantly higher than other factors such as socioeconomic status, which is 0.52, prior achievement 0.65, and parental involvement, which is 0.49. An effect size of 1.57 means that collective teacher efficacy has a massive impact on student outcomes. It is more than 3 times more predictive of student achievement than socioeconomic status and more than double that of the effect of prior achievement. It outweighs other influential factors such as student motivation, 0.48, and homework at 0.29. This finding is a key takeaway from the extensive research summarized by John Hattie's visible learning work. If you don't know it, I encourage you to research it. If the board's true agenda was that of supporting student achievement and raising our test scores, which are very comparable to those of neighboring districts, and in fact, there were pockets of gains of student achievement in Swartz Creek when solely looking at M-STEP scores. This doesn't include the tremendous work that the educators are doing to move our kids. By continuing with this reconfiguration, you take the collective collaboration, aka collective efficacy, away from the strong academic teams that we have spent the last several years creating since the original reconfiguration. These last several years have been spent on building our capacity as educators, onboarding new teachers, and allowing us to hone in on our specific skill sets. And now you're going to undo all of that hard work that many of these highly qualified teachers in this room have spent the last several years creating. And the only people that you are hurting are the precious little children that we show up each and every day to work with, to teach, to support, and to inspire. Yes, I know that there are members of this board who don't respect the field of education, as indicated by their Facebook posts and their public comments. But I dare say that many of us in this room collectively hold more degrees than a thermometer and far more than the inexperienced board members who have never worked in a school, who didn't ask a single educator that are in the trenches every day. The community and all the stakeholders were an afterthought. And just because you say that you are for all students, and I mean all students, the proof is in the pudding, and that pudding was your vote. Now let me say, I do commend you for approving a bigger salary for our potential incoming superintendent.
Ma'am, it's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being polite.
Name is Arthur Whitson. Let me start by saying I don't care what color you are, black, white, pink, blue, Republican, Democrat. I went to DC, Washington, the White House 3 times last year for a White House briefing. I'll be meeting with President Trump next month, him and RFK. So I've been in this for a minute now. What I like is policy, procedures. I like people to go by the rules. And if you're a public official, if you're an elected official, and you're not doing that, like I said, black or white, I don't care. I'm coming at you. Because there's so much corruption in Genesee County, not just Flint, but Genesee County. People are not looking at this young man. How last year you start on JV and you don't make the team at all. How is it? When did the program for JV change this year? From, I think as a program, we decided to go the route of no juniors on JV. We also already told the kids that they made it and we only have 12 jerseys. This is what the coach wrote to Kerry Horton's son. They scored him wrong on his evaluation. How can he have a fair chance if he scored wrong on his evaluation? They kept 2 seniors on varsity because they was coming back. So why didn't they do it on JV? Where's policy say that juniors cannot play on JV? Because when I was in high school, if it didn't change, let me know, where juniors can't play on JV. And if so, can you point me to that policy? Because that's what we're talking about is policy and procedures. And see, people hate when you start saying lawsuit. Even though it's a no-cut policy and you don't like that policy, it's still a policy. And somebody go to court and say, hey, listen, it's a no-cut policy. Let's go to court about it. You lose because it's a policy. Just because you feeling like you don't like it and you don't want to do it, so what? It's still a policy. I don't believe that transgenders should be able to go into a bathroom with women, a little boy,
20 seconds.
Women. I don't believe transgenders should be playing women's sports, but if they pass the law, it has to happen, and I take them to court for it. That's just like here, and I'm gonna be respectful to everybody in here, and I wish that they would be respectful for me. You might not like what I have to say, you might not agree with me, but respect me like I'm gonna respect you. I'm just speaking about policy. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I am Adrienne Trebotowski. I'm the athletic director here at Swartz Creek High School and Middle School. For those board members not in attendance last week at the policy meeting, I'm wondering if everyone read the materials that I presented. Well, I'm thankful that Chuck read his email aloud that was sent to Mr. Ludwig. The majority of us are not here about basketball. If everyone on this board is interested in discussing athletic policy, why wouldn't you attend the policy meeting, where the only agenda item was, as Ms. Fick reported, athletics discussion? We are here because at the November 19th meeting, there was a non-agenda item proposal that was motioned for a vote to make a sweeping athletic policy change yet again. Just like when you flipped our eligibility requirements in August. There was no notice, no discussion, no inquiry, not even a question asked to anyone involved in that department. And this is concerning behavior. Only this week, 3 weeks after that November board meeting, did we try to backpedal and pick apart a handbook that the school board has been approving for the last 8 years. 8 years. Why is it just now being called into question? For 8 years, there was no confusion, there was no misunderstanding, and everybody played by the same rules. I want to begin by reiterating several key points I shared at last Tuesday's policy meeting. Athletics is often described as the front porch of the school district. As the athletic director, I'm entrusted with safeguarding that porch and ensuring that it reflects the best of our students, our coaches, and our community. Advocating for them is not only my responsibility, it's my commitment. This is why I spent 2 hours last week at the policy meeting speaking specifically about athletics, and my focus was to ask for a partnership. I requested a collaborative relationship with the school board and asked that day-to-day operations of the athletic department remain under the direction of the trained professionals who manage it. I'm the only individual in this district who has completed the state requirements and the training, who understands the operational, legal, and procedural demands of interscholastic athletics. The frustration you're hearing tonight stems from a pattern of significant decisions being made without data, dialogue, or clarity. Concerns including board members being involved in hiring and firing, requests for raw survey data that were not a part of expectations communicated to athletes, coaches, and parents, and most recently, proposed caps on high school roster athletics. These actions create uncertainty and undermine the trust of our programs that we depend on. I said this last week, I'll say it again tonight. The board's role is to govern, uphold district values, provide strategic oversight, not to micromanage athletics, allow individuals to bypass the chain of command, involve yourself in personal management, or allow personal interest to drive decisions. My role is to run the athletic department. Our coach's role is to coach and the kids to play, without worrying that the rules will constantly change mid-season.
Hi, my name is Kerry Horton, and my son's name is Braylon Horton. He's an 11th grader. He's been in the district for a long period of time. My question is, following the athletic director, and she says about the children and so on and so forth, about the students. But at the end of the day, it's about policies, following the policies, following your handbook, and just basically doing what you're supposed to do, that what's in black and white. Now, I can say, me personally, The elephant in the room is when we came to this meeting, the first meeting we came to talk about my son being cut. It was not really all about my son being cut. It was about them not following the proper procedures and following their policies in their handbook. So, and at the end of the day, you have to think about this. If it was your child, how would you feel? How would you feel if your child went through this process, been in the district since he was second grade, been playing longer than that, and been playing basketball since he was second grade? It's not all about the cuts. It's all about making sure the policies is fair and concise for everyone. And so at the end of the day, I can say my son was collateral damage because we brought a lot of people out tonight, and they came about the cuts and why are we cutting and should we cut. But at the end of the day, it's all about policies and following those policies and procedures. So if it took my son to be the sacrificial lamb, or the collateral damage, so be it. Now the board understands what needs to be done with your athletic department. She came up here and she spoke very confident, but there's a lot of things that she did and allowed with her coaches and herself, and there was a lot of lying and backbiting, and so at the end of the day, my thought is this. Again, at the end of the day, everyone that works in education has a job because sending our children to your district, you receive foundational dollars, and that's what pays these people's salary. So at the end of the day, I want to most definitely say this. Make a change. Make sure that they're following what they need to follow, and make sure at the end of the day, they keep the children in mind. It's all about the children. It's all about the students, And if my son is frustrated and bothered, I guarantee you, it was other kids that was cut and bothered about this. But it's all about the children. You mentor them. It was a situation that
20 seconds.
It was a situation where varsity players was called into a room and was asked to come to this meeting to support something that put them in a position where it's going to ostracize my son or might possibly put him in harm's way. And I'm not going to stand for that, So I appreciate your time, and I'm hoping the board does the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
Didn't hear no claps on that, did I?
Thank you, Mr. Horton. I appreciate that.
I didn't hear you.
Watch your mouth.
Now, please, ladies and gentlemen.
I told you.
Please, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't care.
Please, ladies and gentlemen. We have a next speaker. Ma'am, go ahead. Jennifer.
Hello, my name again is Jennifer Staten. I'm a Monday Township resident. I'm a Swartz Creek School taxpayer. I want to commend Mr. Horton, not only for this time that he stood in front of you, but the last time he was here. And he got up here and he spoke from his heart and he told you what had been going on. This board took it upon themselves to question whether or not there was any validity to his story. That's all that was asked. Did that happen? I know you can't answer me because it's a board meeting, but I ask you now, did anybody investigate that? Did anybody look into those claims that were brought in front of your board? Because I think this would be a clear case of discrimination of some kind. This is my time, folks. Please keep your comments to yourself. So I bring this up to your board. Maybe you do need to check at your policy. Did you exclude him? Is your policy state that you're not supposed to exclude anybody? Because if it is, I think they got a lawsuit. I think people need to realize that there are laws.
Please, ma'am.
There are policies.
I know. Please, ma'am.
There is money that is put into making sure that these policies are true and valid and meet the guidelines of the school district. So at some point in time, and I want to reiterate here, Mr. Melky's only been president of the school board for the past month and a half. There was another president before him.
there was another superintendent that took it upon himself to keep things under the carpet. So when you want to throw stones, let's throw all the stones out here. There's a lot of things that have went on in your district that even the people standing here and sitting behind me don't know about. But they should know, because you know why? It affects your pocketbook. And it affects your kids coming to school here. And it affects the way of living in this community. The one thing I want to point out to you here, at no point in time did I hear anybody at all night long, talk about
20 seconds.
Inclusion. Sport events are supposed to be about inclusive.
Man, y'all need to be respectful.
Please, yeah.
And you have to include, if you're going to
Yeah,
include
sir.
one person, you need to include all.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mandy Cummins. I work at the high school. I wasn't going to talk, so I'm sorry I don't have anything prepared. I just want to talk about my husband coached for 15 years. I have 2 children here in the district. One just graduated last year. He was a varsity player, JV, varsity, and freshman player. And I have a middle schooler who is currently on a cut sport. She does cheer. She also danced, and that also takes, it's not cut, it's not a sport here, but they have to try to do those dances as well. So my point here is that I get it. Like, I get the rose colored glasses. It's hard. I met with a gentleman that's literally standing in this building right now last year because I was an emotional mom, and he was generous to me. And my husband, he was gracious when we maybe weren't gracious. He made me take them off of my child, and he made me look at my son and say, what is he doing? What could he do? And I probably didn't repair that relationship as good as I could, but he still is here. And we're all here today not because we're fighting against this man or his child. We're here today because of the elementary school, because we're fighting for our teachers that aren't in our building. We're fighting for our coaches and our athletic department, our kids, because we love them too. You guys ask us to train for what comes through our building, to put our life on the line for these children. And by golly, we're standing here today doing that right now for what comes through our building and our kids. And I'm standing here today wearing red in support of my teachers, elementary, K through 5, for whatever they're going through, and my coaches and my athletic department and my kids, because those are my kids. Because I'm fighting for them like you would train me to do, no matter what is coming through our front door, because that's what they deserve. I'm not here for any other reason. Sir, I'm sorry that your kid is going through that, and I'm sorry that he got cut. But I would implore you to do is like what I was forced to do, because Mr. Bierman is a better man sometimes than I am as a mom, and take the rose-colored glasses off sometimes and just say, what could that baby do? I don't know, and try hard and come back next year. And I'm sorry, but it's not because we don't love him, because we do love him dearly.
Please address your
I know,
comments
honey.
to the board.
Yes,
Please,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
I'm just saying it's hard,
address
and I
your
get it.
comments.
I get it. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I'm just imploring you all to understand that as a parent. Thank you.
Hi everybody doing? My name is Swartz Senior. A little bit of background. I've been a coach for 15 plus years in the state of Michigan, mainly Flint. I come from the coaching tree of Mike Williams from Beecher, 7 state titles. Coach Lamont Tolbert, 2 titles. So I know a thing or two about coaching. I was one of the coaches for the Pink Panthers. I know you guys know that team. You know, I'm pretty sure everybody do. On that team, it was a kid named, I pray I can say it, Rob. One of the best kids I ever met. You know, so Rob, he would always get a rebound. He worked hard. He played hard. Every single play, he played hard. He tried hard. And every rebound he would get, he would pass the ball back out and not shoot open shots. And I had a problem with that. I said, no. With this team, it's about confidence. We're going to install confidence in you. If you feel like you can score, score. If you feel like you need to guard the best player, let's do it. The team that I coach, they won this year. Last year they came in second. They couldn't do that without Rob. And Rob wasn't the same player when he got to me to the end. He was a totally different player. That's about confidence. Also, if we're going to talk about poor coaching, and let's keep the main thing, which is the kids, development of the kids, right? If a kid has been in your program for 4 or 5 years, and they make it, and they play JV as a 10th grader, and then they come back as an 11th grader, and they're not good enough no more to play JV, where's the development at? Is there any? I would call that poor coaching, right? I'm sorry. I know. I don't want to, point fingers or anything, but that's poor coaching. You didn't develop that child, and to know that child actually has the skill to play, that's fine. There's also another kid that I coached. His name is Milo. I'm sorry.
20 seconds.
I'm sorry, but that kid, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Please
stop my time.
Yeah, you talk to us, and that's fine.
That kid was scared to shoot the ball, but he's one of the best shooters I've ever met. He ended up leading that same team in scoring because I didn't allow him to pass the ball. Let kids be kids. Let kids play basketball. That's what they want to do. They want to have fun. It's about fun.
Your time's up.
Don't make it personal.
Mr. Horton, your time's up. Thank you.
As adults. And I don't want no class.
Real quick, I still see a lot of people sitting on the floors and stuff. There's a lot of seats if people want to make room for people to sit, if anyone wants to sit.
Good morning. Oh boy, I'm a little nervous. Okay, yeah, I know. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Claire Mahalchuk. I'm a student of choice. I'm a 4-year varsity player and a 3-year captain of this soccer program. I'm here tonight because I want to speak clearly and honestly about our coach, Nick Garrison. This will be his first season as our head coach. He has been a core part of this program for years. The players know him. We've trained with him. We've trusted him. We experienced his leadership long before he had the title head coach was even added to his name. What I want you to understand is this. Coach Garrison has already been the person we look to, not just for soccer instruction, but for real support. He pays attention. He notices when something is off, when someone is stressed, when someone needs encouragement, and he never hesitates to step in. That kind of presence can't be faked. It comes from someone who genuinely cares. On the field, he runs organized, challenging practices that make us better. Not overwhelming, not discouraging, but better. He has expectations, structure, and a vision for this team. He respects us, and in return, he earns our respect every single day. At a previous meeting, someone tried to tear him down, and I'm standing here tonight to say, as players, we see something completely different. We see consistency. We see integrity. We see a coach who shows up for us. If you want the truth about the impact he has, you should hear it from the people who have experienced it firsthand, and that is us. I've been in this program for 4 years, and I've captained this team for 3. I've seen coaches changing up and down, and I've seen everything in between. And I can say without hesitation that Coach Garrison is exactly the leader this program needs right now. He deserves this position. He has earned it through years of commitment, character, and genuine connection with his players. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Rutt. I've been a coach in the district and a teacher in the district for 11 years now. Thank you for the opportunity to address the situation regarding basketball tryouts at Swartz Creek and the information circulating about the process and my role. And thank you.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn Short. I am involved in girls basketball, girls volleyball, and girls softball. Last year for basketball, we did not have the opportunity to have a JV team because we didn't have enough girls to try out. We had a very large varsity team, and there were objectively a few girls that needed a year or two to develop on JV. It hurt our program. Now we're in a tough spot, but we made it work last year, and we're making it work this year. If we have limits on how many people we need for a varsity team, there are going to be a lot of programs that do not have the opportunity to have a JV team and have the opportunity to those kids develop, find a love for the sport, and earn their spot on varsity. I also think that it's not fair for anyone that is not involved in the athletic program to tell the coaches how to do their job and who to put on the teams. We also talk a lot about culture. We are respectful to each other. We love each other. We are a family. We support each other. This is not what's going on. This is not being loving, caring, supportive at all. I think we should all act like adults here because I think everyone in every single one of my programs acts more like adults than some of the people here tonight.
Hey everyone, my name is Bonnie Duncan. I am a 1996 graduate of Swartz Creek High School. I was a member of the nationally ranked varsity pom squad through my years in high school, and I was cut in 7th grade. What that taught me was character. What that taught me was what I needed to learn to grow. Athletics, it is just a natural progression of the sport that cuts exist. And the way I read the handbook, and I think we all need to revisit it because I think there's some confusion, is that there are certain middle school programs that don't allow cuts. That does not apply to the varsity programs. It is listed under middle school. It is a natural thing that cuts have to happen at a high school level because, and I'm not saying that kids that were cut correctly. That has to be addressed separately. What I'm saying is cuts have to exist. They are not only crucial, but otherwise you put students' safety at risk. My daughter is a 4-year varsity cheerleader. She is in fact the flyer that you see thrown high into the air every time you watch the cheerleaders perform. If you put every kid that wants to be a cheerleader on that team and expect her coach to then put every kid on the mat, you are endangering my child's life. And not just hers, but the girls underneath her who don't know how to catch her and could get very much hurt when she falls. So it is absolutely crucial that we understand that cuts happen and it sucks and it really is hard to watch it happen to your kid. And if you don't believe it happened right, absolutely question policy, absolutely question if it was handled correctly. But understand that there is a chain of command in how that is supposed to be done. And if you've talked to the coach and you've talked to the athletic director and the principal and the superintendent and all of them come to the same conclusion and give you that answer, then you've taken all the steps and then you may need to pursue further choices if you still don't feel that what was done. But my belief here is we are punishing children as well if we take away the ability to have roster limits, which also, by the way, for cheer anyway, MHSAA only allows a certain number of kids on the mat. So now what are you going to do? Say everybody gets a certain amount of playing time? So now the kids who belong in the rounds, because they do 3 rounds for those who don't know cheer, those kids that belong in the rounds can't be in them because these other kids that we put on the team that don't belong here in the first place have to have their turn because that's the only way they're going to get the development they need. You need JV programs. You need freshman programs if you have enough students to have freshman programs. There is natural development. My child was a freshman on varsity, and I'll be the first to say I don't always believe freshmen belong on varsity. They need time to mature. They need time to learn. And my kid, I truly believe, is an exception. I think several people could agree that she is not a normal kid, and she is a very old soul in a tiny little human. So I implore you all to understand that if you take away cuts and you take away athletics, you take away the chance for some of these kids to have future opportunities in college, including mine, who has D1 and D2 offers on the floor. Thank you.
Hello,
I want this to be very clear. What we're doing here is not about my son not making the team. This is not about tryouts. This is about policies and procedures that were set in place by the AD that was not followed. I also understand that everybody in this room was misled and don't know the truth. So therefore, I'm not going to hold no grudges, but understand there's two sides to a story. They're not going to tell you everything. And as a parent, I assure you, if you found out all the information I did, you would be pissed too. Because my son was mistreated. That's a true fact. There is no lie about that. I don't have to lie. No mother will stand before the world if their son wasn't good at basketball and was not mistreated. I would not do that. Braylon has been playing basketball since second grade and is very good. But because his father had words with the coach, and because these people don't like correction, now my son is being punished. Because my husband did a team over the summer for these boys, now my son is being punished. There is no real reason for Braylon not to be on that team. But again, I get that everybody was misled and don't know the truth. This is really annoying as a parent that everybody seems to be against my son and you don't know the truth. When you have a scorecard and say Braylon can't dribble, everybody at Swartz Creek know that's a lie. He can dribble. He can dribble. And he can play basketball. It's a lie. Now, if there was not no lie, the coach, the AD, and now your principal will not take great measures to cover up and keep covering up and backpedaling and trying to fix their mistake instead of saying, I am sorry. I'm going to take accountability. My bad. I don't even want my son to play for these people now. It's not even that. It's about take accountability. You failed a child. Period. Any parent will feel like that. Let's be clear. This is not about my son being on the team at all. It's about this was done wrong. The policies and procedures were set by her, and she didn't follow them. She didn't make sure the coaches followed them. That is what this is about. I want fairness for all the kids, not just mine. My son is good. He will always be good. Understand that. That is not what my fight is about. Period.
My name is Scotty Wright. I live in the village, and I've known Carrie for a long time, and I got a lot of respect for you. I'm not here to speak about that incident. I'm here to speak about how coaches are perceived, what coaches should be able to do, what the board's role should be with coaches, and those kind of things. I was the coach here at Swartz Creek for 9 years. When I was here, I was told that I wasn't allowed to talk to board members, and I remember being at a board meeting and bringing that up, and we were told that. So I respect anybody that came up here as an employee of this district and spoke, whether they're right or wrong, because they should have a voice. But so many people are afraid to speak to this board because they're afraid if they upset somebody on this board, they're going to be like me on the outside looking in. And I think that's a problem. I think that has to be addressed because the board should be here for the kids. We should be here doing the right things, but we hire people, our superintendent, our assistant superintendent, our athletic directors, those people to do jobs. And when those people can't do their jobs because they're afraid to upset somebody on the board, that's a problem because they can't operate properly. As a coach, I had people that came to the board that said stuff about me. No one ever told me what anyone said about it because that wasn't the way that the superintendent that was here at that time did things. I was never told what was said about me except through the course of the public. So that's what I'm here to speak about. I'm also here because when we were all jabbing earlier, we were talking about the policies of the student handbook. So I looked it up. I had 3 hours or 4 hours to read while I was here, so I only got a little bit. Now, when you read the policy and you look at where I'm at, and I'm on page 8 of the policy, it talks about what sports are allowed to cut. The high school sports don't have any asterisks. Okay, down below, the middle school sports have asterisks. And so you would have to read that like this is only for these middle school sports, not for the high school ones above that, because why would you allow the middle school team to cut and not the varsity team to cut? That doesn't even make sense. If you don't know, I have coached in this community for 30 years. I know I don't look that old, but I am. I've coached at the varsity level. I've coached at the junior varsity level, freshman, JV. I've coached it all. I've coached their kids. I've coached everybody in here's kids pretty much if they play basketball.
And I'm telling you right now that if we don't let people that are doing their jobs, that we hire to do their jobs because they're afraid of what the board is going to do to them, or they're not allowed to do their things, that's a problem. If the board is going to make policies to tell these coaches that they're not allowed to make cuts, or that we have to carry 15, which is the craziest thing in the world. What happens if you have 14 kids that try out for your basketball team, but you have to keep 15? 2 of those kids have been known to be problems, and I'm not saying that this instance, I'm not talking about this instance. I told you that. I'm not speaking about that. I'm talking in general. But now you have to keep these 2 kids who become a cancer for your team and cause problems all year long. Their parents complain all year long. And again, not talking about this instance, I'm talking about in general. Right? And you have to deal with that every single day. I can tell you right now, I've never been paid millions of dollars to coach basketball. I know a lot about basketball, and there's people in this room that'll tell you I know a lot about basketball. But I will tell you this, I did it because I love it, and I did it because I cared about those kids. And every kid I coached, I gave everything I had because I loved them. Right? And that's why I did what I do. But I want you to understand, if you say that these people have to keep a certain amount of kids or things like that on general principle without the proper data, I feel like the board is overstepping themselves. And that's why I'm here to speak tonight.
Are we good? Okay. Almost. Okay.
Almost. Hi, Brianne Wilson again, but I'll be really quick this time. I was just reading through more of the summary of our stakeholder meeting at the PAC about the potential change back to K5, and I want to highlight a specific part because this group gets overlooked a lot, and it is our special education students and the need to support them. What it says here in the summary, the concerns for vulnerable students were particularly acute. Parents and staff expressed fear that IEPs and 504s will not be implemented with fidelity in a timely manner. They highlighted the immense stress change places on these students and the challenge of meeting specialized needs such as CI and EI minutes that are legally required for service for these kids with these reconfigured staff and resources. That is part of the reason why even ChatGPT, which is really great at summarizing things, not always great at everything, but it's great at summarizing, says the broad consensus was we need to at least pause this to the fall of 2027. And I really wanted to highlight that part once more because it's a smaller population of students, but they have the highest need and they deserve our care and thought when we're planning. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So I came to talk sports, but living the trauma that I experienced during the last elementary shuffle, I just decided to come talk about it a little bit. So I was a Gaines mom. I had a 3rd grader going into 4th grade, just kind of sat back while the rest of the district was like dealing with all of that, not thinking anything was going to happen to me. Well, 2 weeks before school started, because I like to look at stuff on the internet, looked at the busing and noticed that where I'm at in the very southeast end of the district, at that time was Gaines, was all of a sudden Elms Moorish. And my kid got moved to a new school 2 weeks before 4th grade. In the end, Mr. Love was his teacher and he loved Elms, but I just implore you to slow that process down. For the teachers, for the children, make sure you've covered everybody. My family, we didn't expect to be impacted by that. And we were. 2 weeks before school, I was upset. In the end, he's okay. But just please slow that process down. As I've listened to everybody talk tonight, that's what they're asking. So please just consider slowing it down and really making sure you're covering everything. In regards to athletics, like Bonnie, I was cut from Palms in middle school. I also fought back and made the team the next year. And it stinks, right? Like, that's horrible for a kid to have to go through. But please make sure that when we're going through and thinking about what we want to do, that we don't do anything that is going to impact varsity sports. I am one of the biggest dragons, maybe not as big as Reagan up here, but like, there's a lot of people here tonight because you literally poked a bear. You poked a bear. So please make sure that you don't attack our athletics, because that is why I'm here. And that is why I came back to this district. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Peyton Damon. I'm a school choice kid and a JV cheerleader and tennis player. I want to talk about the no cut policy. As a cheerleader who has cheered for 9 years, if there were no cuts, the whole cheer program would be damaged. For competitive cheer in rounds, only a certain number of cheerleaders can touch the mat. If we have no cuts, there would be complaints about kids not touching the mat. And it wouldn't be about they weren't good enough, it would just be about safety. If cheer was a no-cut program, so many kids could be hurt, as a back and a base. If I had a flyer who was inexperienced, then even I could risk putting myself in danger. With no cuts, it's not fair for the coaches who then have to figure out what to do with the extra kids who can't touch the mat. It's also not fair for the coaches who have to worry about even more injuries, because there's already enough injuries in cheer. And my cheer coach Shannon has changed my life, and so has my tennis coaches Root, Summers, and Black. So let's treat them like they matter, because they do.
Okay. They're in public comment. We're going to go on to board comment. And I'll start out with whoever would like the floor. I'll start to my left. Jenny, Ken, Kim.
I'll take it if nobody else does. Just while everybody's still here.
Yeah.
We definitely appreciate everybody that came out. We appreciate all the teachers. We appreciate all the coaches. We appreciate all the students. We want people here telling us how you feel about things. We don't want to be, trying to guess. I'll touch on the school configuration first, because you guys went first. We did not do this. None of us sat up here and were like, "Ooh, what can we do to tick everybody off?" Our board meetings are getting too short. We got to spice things up a little bit. We all heard. Some of us had lived through. Myself, I lived through the conversion, the split. We have friends, family, people that talk to us all the time that gave us their input. That's why this came up. That's why we asked. We didn't just say, "Hey, we're just going to take a guess that everybody likes us and we're going to go with it." We asked for a survey. We asked it to go out to everybody. It went out to all the elementary. Jim can say exactly who it went to. It went out on social media. We wanted everybody to respond, and we got a lot of responses. And we read those responses, and we compiled that data and looked at that data, and that data said, and it was, okay, and it was parents. It was parents that were in this configuration that had the experience with the split. It was teachers. It was a good representative sample of the district. Was it everybody? Absolutely not, because you're never going to get everybody. But it was a good representative sample. And if anybody wants to see the data, I owe TJ some data because I told her I'd get her the data. Anybody else that wants it, I will be happy to share it. I do data for a living. I'm a data architect. So I did not do this in a vacuum, on a whim, whatever. I looked at the data. And I can show anything like that. So we got input as much as we could. We asked everybody that we could in the way that we could for input ahead of time. We looked at the numbers. We've looked at the scores, the academic scores, the test scores, everything like that. We needed to make a change because people weren't happy and we weren't getting the results that we wanted. So we talked about it and we decided to make a change. And then everybody is now coming out of the woodwork. Well, you didn't ask us. You didn't ask us. Yes, we did. We tried to put it out there. Are there other ways of doing things? Absolutely. But you know what? We're doing the best that we can up here, and it was data driven, and we came to a decision, and we appreciate all the teachers that came to the meeting last week, and gave all their input, all the parents. We appreciate that. We absolutely heard it. We are listening. We will continue to listen. We want to hear that feedback. We do not want this to go poorly. We don't want students to fall between the cracks. We don't want the students with the IEPs and the special programs. We don't want them to lose that time. I've heard, about the special program, how we went from having like 2 or 3 specials to having 5 specials in this configuration. We don't want to lose that. We want to gather all of these great things that came from the split and make sure we're not losing that if at all possible. So, continue to tell us these things, and we will do the best we can to try to make this as work as well as possible for everybody. So please, this was not a secret agenda. This was not done in secret. We have to talk about this in public in front of you guys. So it was not like we all kind of were in secret and we're like, oh, don't tell anybody, we're going to vote on this. It was it's been on the agenda. So anyway, so that's it. Anybody that wants to talk to me, our email addresses are on the thing. Shoot me an email. Some of you have. I appreciate it. I haven't been able to get back to everybody, but I promise I will. So the sports. Anybody that comes to me, I will always say, did you follow the chain of command? If you come to me directly, if you email me or whatever, I will always do that. And that's what I did. And I know several other board members did the same thing. The parents that spoke also emailed us, which is awesome because that gives us an opportunity to have the two-way communication instead of just the one-way communication. And I did. They can attest to the fact that I emailed back and forth with them several times. And I didn't just email with them. I didn't just hear one side of the story. I emailed Adrian. I emailed Jamie. I emailed everybody involved to try to get as much information as possible. And I told the family, I'm like, you need to go back and reschedule a meeting with Adrian and Jamie because they are the ones that are going to solve this for you. And every time it came back, I was like, okay, let's go back. Did you go back to the people you're supposed to talk to? So it's not the board's not going rogue. We're not going up here trying to take people's jobs. We're trying to help you guys. And when I ask for information from Jamie and from Adrian about the surveys and the parent surveys, it's not because I'm looking to cut a coach. It's because when you guys come to us at a board meeting and say, hey, we're having this issue, I don't want that to be the first time we're hearing it. If you're saying it repeatedly in the surveys and it's not getting to us, and then you stand there and say it to us, I feel like we're being blindsided. So I asked for the athletic director to work with us and get those concerns to us ahead of time so that we know how to address them when you're standing in front of us and we're not looking like, oh, gee, we've never heard this before. So again, I'm not trying to fire anybody. I don't think anybody here is trying to fire anybody. We're not trying to micromanage the athletics. We want everybody. We have strong coaches. If we had horrible coaches, we wouldn't have the programs that we have. We want to trust the coaches. We want to trust the process. Work with us. Follow parents. Follow the process. If you come to us, we're going to say, did you talk to who you're supposed to talk to? And so don't come to us first. But if you're following the process and you are getting a roadblock and you have gone up to the next level and you've gone up to the next level and you've gone to Jim and Jim has said, you're not hearing from Jim and, or he said he can't help you anymore, that's when you come to us and we will absolutely try to help. That is our job. So thank you.
Good.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just like each one of you come up to that podium tonight and you wanted us to listen to you. Three weeks ago, we had to listen to the Hortons. We had to. Or we shouldn't have listened to any of you tonight. Or any other night. So listen to the Hortons. I think Jim got a directive in a roundabout fashion to check into this. Adrian and Jamie left a marvelous description of what had taken place. It was sent to Jim. It was sent to us. It was done. Jamie called me on a Friday. I returned her phone call on a Saturday. We had a great conversation. I think she would nod yes to the fact that I said, as far as I'm concerned, this is done. And I said I would never put a child that's been cut back on a team. I've coached. I've cut. 2 of my children have been cut. Don't care. I don't. That's what I told my kid when they come home. I said, well, you try it again next year when you're a sophomore. You got cut from the hockey team here. Daughter got cut from Palms. Don't have a problem with it. The topic then got up again, though, and somebody listened to maybe a comment that was supposedly made by a board member. Don't know. But no one reached out and asked. We just started circling the wagons, and the wagon train showed up today, which is fine. But when the wagon train showed up, then I started looking into the athletic handbook. In the athletic handbook, it may have been like this for 8 years. I don't know. I left the board in 18. I'm back now. But the way this reads, it's pretty clear. And Jim agreed with me, correct?
I agree that the reformatting made it a difficult read.
Okay. So when you look at this, it starts out with opportunities in the high school. We won't go over all of them. You know what they are. And then it goes to the opportunities in the middle school. Then you come down to a paragraph. There's abbreviations that explains, F is for fall, W is for winter. Pretty simple for the high school sports. When you get down to the middle school, they don't use the abbreviations anymore. It just says fall, winter, spring. When you get down to this paragraph that I think you would have to say encompasses both of these buildings. First sentence. Sports marked with an asterisk may cut athletes from the team, period. Only one, 10 of the 16 sports in the middle school have an asterisk. None on the high school do. Next sentence. Coaches will keep between 15 and 18 players in these sports. It's saying all the sports. So we know we're going to have more than 18 kids on a football team. Would everyone agree with that? And we're probably not going to have 15 on a golf team or a tennis team. So where this number comes from, I have no idea. I don't agree with it. I think it should be removed. But again, this handbook starts at the athletic director's office, may or may not funnel its way to the building principal, funnels its way to Jim, and then comes to us for approval. And we only spoke of one topic when it came. That was GPAs and eligibility. So here we are. And then you keep reading this. All students, doesn't say high school students, doesn't say middle school students, it says all students will receive a minimum of 2 days and a maximum of 10 days for tryouts unless he or she started late. Next sentence. No student athlete will be allowed on a team if he or she has not participated by the 3rd day of tryouts. This is the one that tells me that this paragraph applies to both. The only extenuating circumstances that may change in this policy is not having a physical in a timely manner. Wouldn't we all agree that to try out for a sport, whether you're at the middle school or the high school, you gotta have a physical? What this looks like, you don't have a paragraph describing what happens at the high school. You have a paragraph that describes what happens at both schools. So, I will tell you that in my years of being a union steward at the city of Flint, past practices are a very, very real thing. So if we've been cutting kids for 8 years, 10 years, I don't care how many years, it's past practice. We cut them. No one's complained. Now someone complained. Well, I will tell you, I've been to arbitration hearings. And when you get in front of an arbitrator, they go back to a written document. Past practices don't count if that past practice is addressed in writing. Past practices are only addressed if there's nothing that says it exists. So you can make up any rule you want, management and everyone, and we can ignore it. But when it comes down to no longer ignoring it, we go back to what's in writing. And I think this is very clear. Now, I'll also say that at our finance meeting yesterday when we discussed this, one of my first words were, we need to put an asterisk by every one of these high school sports before spring sports start. You know why? Because I think people should be able to be cut. I think coaches should have the decision to cut. If you got a problem child, if you get someone that's not very whatever, good, cut them. It's not a problem. And like I said, I would never have put a kid back on a team, because if you put that kid back on that team, I'm afraid of the chaos it's going to create. So I think a lot of you got some really bad information And if you read this athletic handbook, if you don't believe that that paragraph applies to the high school, then ask any coach or the athletic director, the building principal, you have to have a physical to try out. Because if you don't believe that, it's not on the high school sports. So we don't need a physical anymore to try out. It's not there.
There's a whole other section.
You've had your turn. You've had your turn. If there's stuff that contradicts it, this is still in black and white. And it doesn't separate the two. If you have to have a physical, you have to have a physical. So if anyone cares to see this, look at it. And maybe I'm crazy, but I'll tell you this. If someone thinks I'm crazy, I would love to see this challenged in court. And I bet you when we get done, I'm not crazy anymore. Because this is what you're going to come back to. You're going to come back to what's in writing in your handbook. I strongly suggest that we put an asterisk by every one of these for the spring sports so we don't have this topic again. But I mean, does golf teams have 15 kids? Football teams? Well, I mean, we should have cut the whole football team, right? Because this says you can only have 18 players. And football is one of them. It's 15 to 18. So there's a whole bunch of kids that will stand on the sideline that probably shouldn't have been there. I'm being facetious. That's not even reasonable. But it's what it says. It says all athletic teams will have 15 to 18 players. So, again, these are the rules. And if there's things that contradict it, that's fine. But this is what's in writing here. You don't get to pick and choose. And in the biggest problem we have, because I was that parent, I'll bet you until this topic got brought up, and I wasn't even going to bring it up, but it got brought up. I bet you most of the people don't even read this handbook.
We have 3 meetings a year for it.
We just don't. And I tell parents all the time, first thing you should do, you should be familiar with your code of conduct or student handbook and your athletic handbook if your kid there, because there's stuff in there that'll benefit you and there's stuff in there that'll hang you. And then if you get really bored, you start reading everybody's contracts and other policies. There's a whole bunch of policies. Read them. Just read them. We changed the school stuff around back in 2020. Never changed the bus policy. We've been picking up kids wrong for 4 years. But no one brought it up. It's not a problem. It's never a problem. And this isn't being disrespectful to the Hortons, but until they got here, nobody cared. It didn't matter. Now all of a sudden, we got to go back to the rules. And to me, the rules are pretty clear. All I have.
Yeah.
I just want to say I hope we had a lot of angry people here tonight. I just hope that our discussions up here and the letter that Chuck read helps to alleviate some of the misinformation that was out there. We have no intention of telling you how to run your sports programs or picking teams or anything like that. So that's not going to happen. The other thing I wanted to say, I just wanted to make sure that we address Mrs. Damon's concern about having a policy for clear communication for all these events that could happen at a school. So we do need to schedule a meeting for that. Apparently, shelter in place is now called secure mode. And I could see, if we have shelter in place, I could see where a kid could go home and say, hey, Mom, we had shelter in place today. or we had lockdown today, and lockdown is secure mode is not lockdown. And of course, if we have a kid going home and saying, "I have we were in lockdown," then you're going to have parents calling up saying, "Why didn't I know about this?" Because I would have done it as a parent. But I just think we need to get those new terms, so kids know what they are, so parents know what they are, and get a clear communication system for all principals to agree on, so everybody's doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, Ms. Perry, go ahead.
So first I want to thank the Madrigals for being here tonight. They're always very entertaining. They're such talented folks. And I want to ask all of the teachers and administrators who are still here to please stand. So now can I add the parents of children in elementary? Thank you. I just want all of you to know that we appreciate you and we are grateful for your time 5.5 hours later, if I can do the math. And we're also grateful for your resilience and for coming forward. And I hope you continue to do that. We're not done. I will say, as personally, I think we have some backing up to do and having a lot of conversations, looking at the data, making assessments based on that data and the input that we get from the community. So that's just my personal thank you to all of you. This is a long haul, and we really appreciate all of you. Thank you.
I'm almost too tired to talk, just so you know. I'm hot and I'm tired. So I do want to apologize to Adrian and to Ms. Damon. I did not forward the things you brought to the policy meeting. I apologize, because normally I don't attach any extra notes. It's usually the policy we get from the people. So I will send those out to the rest of the board that wasn't there so they can see all the things, all your accreditations. Adrian, it was very informational, but I didn't think about giving it to anybody else because I normally don't do that. Same thing with your policy suggestions, Jamie. I will forward those out so we can kind of pick those apart so we can talk about them more at the next meeting. Anyways, and I want to thank you all for coming, and thank you. I've been telling people for months and months to come to the meetings. Do not be afraid to come and talk to us. I can't fire you, teachers. I can't. If I don't like something Mr. Love does, which will never happen because he was my son's teacher too, and I can't fire you. So please come and say the tough things you came and said to us tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate you emailing us the survey. I was not prepared to make a decision on making any decisions with the elementary buildings last month. All I saw on the agenda was elementary discussions in our discussion section. But I also am going to tell you, I supported the motion. So don't get me wrong that I didn't support it last week. But I'll tell you why. The proposed motion was actually to make it effective. Let me back up a little bit. Because I did say this was a lot. This is a lot to talk about. Again, yeah, we talked more about the grant writer than we did the elementary switch. I said we need a special meeting about this. This is a lot of information. And I was told we need to stop making excuses. This can happen. Somebody mentioned the baby 9 months, but whatever. It was going to happen. In case you haven't read the room, it was going to happen. So, but the proposal was made that it was for the 26-27 school year with the option after we make the proposal, we're going to talk to everybody and see what we think. And is it going to work because we have equipment here and we have construction going on at Deke this summer? How are we going to make these moves? And we have things happening in buildings this year that it could potentially be put back. So that is why I supported it, because I knew it was not at the time, not a definitive, it's happening, but we were going to do things backwards, as Carrie said. We're going to backwards and then kind of see logistically, is this going to work? I personally loved it when it came out. Didn't affect me though, but I thought it was a great thing. And somebody spoke about their kid having more friends in middle school. And I will tell you, I was very active in elementary PTO. I was the PTO president at the middle school. Nobody volunteers in the middle school PTO, right? Parents, nobody volunteers. What I found was we came from Elms. And, you know, I know some of the people like, you know, tit for tat about what school's the best, but Elms was the best, right, Mr. Kitchen? That's right. Yeah, we're the best. We had a fantastic PTO. Our class of 2025 parents were volunteer focused, man. We had a great, so I didn't have problems getting our parents, but we had 3 classrooms of 5th grade. So we were a bigger Moorish and Elms, bigger elementaries. And my kid walked into 6th grade and did not know kids in his classroom. So when I heard of the configuration happening, I was like, wow, like the impact, like somebody said, like now their kid knows not just X amount of kids, 3 classrooms full. Now they might potentially know 6 classrooms full of kids their same age. As a kid who transitioned schools, I left here in 2nd grade. I went to private school and came back in 9th grade. Talk about trauma. Come back to public school in 9th grade when you came from a school where you couldn't wear makeup, jewelry, or jeans. Okay? So I know about transitioning. Only thing I can say is thank God 9th grade at the time was at the middle school. So anyways, I digress a little bit there, but there's a lot that's happening in at the time I liked it. I liked the configuration. Again, it didn't affect me because I seen the collaboration aspects of it. I seen that our STEAM labs could be focused on 3 grades and not 6. Our libraries could be focused. I seen it, even though I wasn't going to be there. I've heard from teachers, they miss that. They miss the older kids being the younger. I get it. I think opinion-wise, it's 50-50, right? People like it. People, at the end of the day, I appreciate that Mr. Love corrected us because, again, we were not prepared. We had nothing in front of us last week. It was words, and maybe I saw a survey, but I don't remember exactly what that survey says. But when another board member says, the survey said this, I'm going to believe them, right? Survey says, majority of the people want this to happen. Mr. Love provided us one from the teachers that said 86.7 don't want this. It's not making sense, right? Logistically, how is this going to work? It's going to be a lot. Those are the educators. And again, I appreciate everyone's opinion, but I think we need to take away the opinions and we have to look at the facts. What are the facts about making this happen? Logistically, how are we going to do it? I personally think it's impossible for next year, but if, and I'm going to say if, we make this happen, there's a lot more conversation. We did it backwards. I 100% say that. Did I vote for it? Yep, it was going to happen. So let's see what happens, guys, because I'm all about letting people fail. If you know me as a parent, I 100% teachers been in the back row. I go to parent-teacher. Mandy's laughing right now because let my kid fail. Let my kid go to detention because he's going to learn. He didn't. He was pretty good, but I'm okay with that, right? Failure is part of learning. Get cut from the team. It's okay to fail sometimes. So I think we need to go backwards. I think this is not a good decision for 2026 at all. Maybe not ever, because we have a lot going on. We have bond issues we need to do. So that's what I think. I think we need to take it back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Okay. I have a few things. First, I want to apologize because I did not mean for that motion to be misinterpreted as badly as it was. So I should have been more clear. I am not trying to micromanage coaches. And even with that, I'm one person. The whole board would still have to decide. So it's not just based solely on what I say. Like they would still have to vote and have the majority for anything to pass. I'm not trying to eliminate cuts. The fact is that our handbook, as it reads right now, doesn't allow them. So do I think that something needs to be changed in that? Probably based on the feedback from tonight, from I want to say a lot of the student athletes and their parents. Cuts probably should be implemented somewhere in here, and I would agree with Ken that we probably need to add some asterisks to that handbook. Other than that, yeah, I think that the Hortons, their son paid a price because of a handbook violation. Going into the season and reading it and understanding that if he read it like I read it, that cuts aren't to be made, and then your son gets home from school and the handbook doesn't allow that, and then we'll just change the rule. Well, that fixes the handbook problem, and this is where it was coming from when I was making that motion. That solves the handbook issue. It solves the action that his son participate, and I think that's wrong. Or the handbook. So, yeah, and I let my heart speak for a minute when I did that. Like, I was trying to make fair for the child. So, I just want to apologize if that raised any red flags or concerns, because I'm not trying to micromanage anybody. I can barely manage what I have in front of me most days. But that's all I got. Yeah.
I'll start out with for all the teachers that showed up, all the parents that showed up. I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, back at the prior board meetings, I've supported everything that any teachers wanted here. As far as equipment goes, tables, desks, books, computers, wages, which I was in negotiations soon, and I was a former union president for many moons, but I've done this for many moons. There's been a lot of data. We did have a survey. Maybe we didn't make it big enough. I'm not saying that we did or we didn't. But I can tell you this, is that when we do, if we do go through it, that we have your back. We're going to help you. We're going to give you everything you need. And no, you don't get that from because regardless, we're going to support our staff fiscally, mentally, and we want to help our kids. I don't want to specialize kids for kids that have IEPs, for kids that have any type of issues. I've been one of the biggest proponents if you watch a lot of the older kids for the children. And everybody was concerned that this was done kind of in the cloak of darkness. But when this was changed, it was done on a COVID meeting, on a Zoom meeting one night at 9:30 at night. And I know Mike's back there, and I'm not going to mention names. I'm sorry I mentioned names, but a lot of people came to me and says, I'm not for this, Chuck. And maybe they are now because after a few years, it's been okay. But please be open-minded. Look at some of Jenny's data. I provided some of the data. We've had surveys. We've done a lot on it. And trust me, I want this district, people said it, and once again, go back to the videos. I don't want this district to be the biggest. It doesn't have to be the biggest, but it has to be the best. And I've said that over and over. So I don't know if people aren't listening, or they don't want to listen, or they just don't like me, or they don't like something that happens up here. But I've said that for 7.5 years. Now, that's for the K-5. For the problem with the athletics, I put a letter out because I had a couple people I know sent me emails, and I sent this out to all the people that sent to me because I went back and looked at the tape 3 times, or 4 maybe, and she said, should we make a motion? I believe is what she said, or may we make a motion, or can I make a motion? And it wasn't even seconded. And even if it was, it would still have to be voted on. And I made it very clear in the letter that we're not here to micromanage you. We're not here to make cuts. That's why I'm big on policies and procedures. We have a lot of stuff that's not quite tightened up in our own policies and procedures, and we have to trust our department heads to write good policies and procedures and give them to us so we can have clear and concise guidance. Now, if you were a parent and you were upset over a policy and procedure thing, and you came to us after talking to some of the department heads, you came to us, what would you want us to do as a parent? Ignore it? Come on, guys, be honest with yourself. There's right and wrong. No, you wouldn't. So this parent comes, makes a complaint. We asked Jim to do a little investigation. I even asked, and I did it. I asked the department heads, please send me a timeline. And I look at a timeline because Ken, I was in law enforcement for almost 40 years. And there's some discrepancies in the timelines from people's information I get. So that makes me what? A little suspicious. And I think you got to look at facts. So there was no way. I think people were geeked up that we were going to get rid of things. And that's 100% untrue. We were looking at an individual person where the policy and procedure may have not been interpreted right or been confusing and not enforced correctly. And if you had that same problem as a parent, you would come after exhausting your thing and say, hey, can you help us out?
So I think everybody just needs to think about that in the back of their head, because I think you'd want a board that you have some type of relief channel. I don't know this guy from Adam. I met him last month, but I'm going to treat him the same as my best friend or somebody I don't know. And I think at the bottom of the end of the day, that's what you want as a public is, hey, I know somebody that's going to treat me fairly, whether he likes us, he loves us, he hates us, he's going to do that. So I think that's the fairest thing to do. And I apologize for everything for staying so long. I've kept mine at under 5 minutes. I want to make a motion to close it. And I appreciate y'all staying for us, being patient with us. And we were patient with you.
We can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have to go to closed session. Nothing to do with anything. It's for negotiations. We can say what it's about for the upcoming teachers contract. Motion to close it, and we'll be here for another half an hour.
So moved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're making a motion to go into Mr. Horton. You'll be here. I'm not done. Hold on, we got to make a motion.
I did. I made it.
Okay, let's second it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye. Who's the first? Good. I did. For book session and for negotiation.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's not going to be wrong.
Yeah. We can do that.
Yeah, we're going to go.